T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! It's the best I got for you. This is where we like to fling some poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Man, I ain't got it. The windpipe system, they're not there. It's the best I could give you for a screw in there. Good morning to you guys. If I seem winded at any given point today, and I just stop talking for a little bit, I'm tired still. I'm beat. I'm battered. I still have a temperature. I hurt.
that's probably the worst thing of it all is I hurt more than anything. Like every muscle in my body feels like it's worked overtime. And yeah, it's not COVID. I tested for COVID. It's not COVID, but I did a home test though, so I don't know. But I'm just not. I'm not fully back to normal. Yeah, I sound weak. You should see how I feel. It's not good, but I had to come and talk to you guys today because the title tells you everything that you need to know. Break out the vote. There's 2 days left to vote here, guys. You have today and tomorrow to vote, and I promised you guys that we were going to take a look at everything that we're going to be voting on and talking about it. So here I am, and I want to make sure that I give you guys an opportunity to be able to discuss that and kind of look it over, and we can just kind of before we have it, before we go through that whole process of voting, it's probably a good idea to just kind of take one last look at it and decide. If you already decided and you already voted, you might change your mind and you change your vote. That's fine too. You can always change your vote at any given time. You could vote today and change your mind and sleep on it, and tomorrow go back in and change your vote if you want to. That's perfectly fine too. AMC 1 says, never got my vote from Weeble. All you have to do is probably search your junk mail, and you'll probably find that you have a vote out there. But that's okay. Don't worry if you didn't get it. I'm going to show you ways that you can get your vote in, regardless of whether you got that from Weeble or not. Yeah. So it's really weird for me to talk like this right now. I haven't done hardly any talking in since Wednesday of last week. First thing I want to do right off the bat, guys, is I want to show you something non-related to the vote, and something that I think is pretty significant. And I'm going to start this process by going in and showing you the 10-year and 2-year yields, bond yields. And we've got the 10-year in gold and the 2-year in blue. MMRI is something that I've been tracking with you guys for a hot minute now, and it was over 300 for quite a while. Let's zoom back, in fact, and take a look at where that significant levels of bond yields that got us that over 300 number, and a lot of it had to do with yields being, especially like the 10-year yield, being as much as 5%. So if I scroll back here a little bit, you're going to see here. Here's the 5% mark right here in a red line that I've got up on the page. Sorry, I know the page looks janky. Here we go. It's better now. So here's the 10-year yield coming up and touching the 5% mark. I got two different tests here. This was back on October 19th. Both those two tests right there. The whole day is October 19th right there. We get another retest of that 5% mark October 20th, the next day. And then leading into October 23rd, which was a Monday, we finally broke the 5% mark. Now I'm going to use this as a high because it was a high, and I'm going to draw a point here from the top, and I'm going to look for the next retests of highs, which happened on Thursday the 26th. So between October the 23rd and the 26th, which is 3 trading days, we had another move up, and so I've got my line set up in here, drawn based off of some of these retests. And what you're going to see here is when we had the 10-year. Now remember, the 10-year is supposed to be above the 2-year. This is an inverted yield when the 10-year is underneath the 2-year. So normalization would be having this cross back over. So this should have gone up and gone back over. And so it was getting close to normalizing back here on the 23rd. And then it started falling away from it, the spread between the 10 and 2-year. And it started to try and close back in again. This is the first attempt at normalization of the 10-year 2-year yield, 2-year 10-year yield. Here's the second attempt at a normalization of that, and then this is the third attempt right here. And something broke. Now I've got a box here that says I'm about to break, and this is a very significant point in time. This is Tuesday, the October the 31st. The day after Halloween. Is that right? Why does Tuesday not sound correct for me? I feel like Halloween was Wednesday. Oh, anyways. Tuesday, October the 31st. And what I want you to note here is that we had a break again from an inverted yield towards normalization, where they were trying to pinch up towards each other again. Get our third retest of that trend and never break it. And ever since this point right here, this first point back here, we've had nothing but decline in both the 10-year and 2-year yields without a normalization. And the spread has gotten has some other word, some other big word. My brain's not working right now. But you can see that the spread has gotten wider ever since, and so we're looking at a pretty decent spread. I think we were close to about a 0.192 spread difference, and right now we're looking at like nearly 0.3. So it's quite a big difference, right? Like it's not the same. But I want to focus in on this point right in here where something started to break. And you wouldn't, I mean, anywhere else on this chart you could look at this and be like, why do you pick out that spot? And it wasn't this that I picked on. It was something that happened with AMC that I picked on, that I went through and started looking at a bunch of different things. We were tracking AMC's price starting back on, this is a 15-minute chart, by the way, back on Monday, October the 16th. Does that date ring a bell? Monday, October the 16th? Maybe not. It was just a couple days before we saw that really high yield of 5% on the 10-year. Not exactly, but really close. So I copied all the trading data. I took out the extended hours because it does alter the chart a little bit when you have extended hours in there, because not every minute of the extended hours is traded. I mean, there's gaps in there and stuff. So I took the extended hours out and I copied just the trading hours worth of data for that entire week from the October 16th to October 20th. And I overlaid it 2 weeks afterwards. And there was a very significant break that occurred where AMC continued to follow the pattern, really, but in amplitude, but not in amplitude, right? The amplitude was higher. The peaks and valleys from 2 weeks prior were in just about the same spots, but the amplitude was much, much larger, and we ended up seeing AMC moving up in price. And that specific point in time where these started to deviate away from each other, where we weren't getting the same exact trading pattern week over week, started right about 1 o'clock, October 31st. So that's how I came up with, I wanted to look at that point in time. What happened specifically to that point in time that would cause AMC to break away like that? What happened in the marketplace? Was something significant happening? And there was. I only came up with one commonality. I went through and I checked a lot of different things. I didn't check everything, but I did check a lot of different things to see where there would have been something significant that happened at 1 o'clock on October 31st that would have aligned with some kind of dramatic change in the marketplace. And what I got for you is this. Remember, that October 31st, 1 o'clock period is the same one as this one right here when the yield started to try to normalize. This is the same exact time frame right here. All of a sudden they tried to normalize, they retested, and as soon as they retested, by the end of the October 31st, we came into the new month of trading, and look at the drop-off that we've seen on the yields ever since. So something broke. Something broke. What was it? October 31st, the VIX at 1300 had not one, but two major tests of 16 after hitting, gosh, we were at a high of what were we at? We got the VIX all the way back up to nearly, let's see, what was it at here? I guess it was up to about 23.08, and it broke that significant level of 16. But when did it break 16? And what happened? Why did something proceed to break in the marketplace at that 16? This is that time period right here. This is the same exact time period, that 1 o'clock in the afternoon on October 31st. And shortly thereafter, the VIX had already broken through once but didn't hold it. And it did the retest and the breakout really, really close to that time period. And once it did break below 16, we saw this massive dropout on the VIX and bringing us all the way down to 1491. Now, you can go to things like SPY or SPX and you can look at those and you can say like, oh, well, those should have been rocketing upwards as that was occurring. But if you go back and you look, specifically, I guess if we use SPX as an example, here's that point in time right here. October 31st, 1300's like right in here. Let me go back out just a tad bit. I want to go the same 15-minute time interval. So October 31st is, I'm gonna move this just a tad here. I'm gonna delete this. Put my line up. That was the point right there. 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, October 31st. Shortly after 1 o'clock, October 31st, the SPX hit a bottom of 4103.78. It was actually in the aftermarket hours. Maybe not. No, it would have been right at the end of the day because I still have the extended trading off. Something broke. And the way that this started moving upwards with these gaps, these gap ups, to me, I think this signifies a market-wide margin. I think there was a major margin call that went out. There are other things that were good. What's the word I'm looking for here? There are other good things that lead me to believe that that's probably the case. And one of those being that the DTCC released a notice on the 30, I think it might have been the 1st, on the 1st of November, after this failure occurred, after this significant event occurred. There was a release by the DTCC that basically stated, like, we need to remind you guys that you need to give us a 1-day notice before some shit's going to go down. And so what did it's like this, like, what are the chances? Like, why would they need to remind everybody on the 1st of November that, oh, hey guys, by the way, don't forget, you got to let us know before something's going to happen. I think something happened. Something happened on the 31st of October, and I do believe that it's a margin call. And I think that's what we ended up seeing. That's why we're seeing this upwards momentum. Now, the other part to this is that we're seeing some pretty big moves in cryptocurrencies right now, and I think a lot of money is running away. By the way, on these runs, I know I wasn't here to watch this or witness this with you guys, but I was watching, and let me tell you, there's some interesting stuff going on. For example, retail wasn't buying this. This run up here, retail was selling. I was watching the Fidelity trades that were going through. Out of the top 30 most heavily traded stocks, 30 most heavily traded stocks, three of them had more buy orders than sell orders. Retail was selling this as it was moving up. And I ask you, like, why in the world Would price be moving like this if retail's selling? Institutions are forced to buy. This is what it would look like. And it was a market-wide event. So I do think that there were some margins called on Friday. Then we witnessed banks having all kinds of problems with cash flow. It was a mysterious chip problem. Deposits aren't working. Overnight settlements are down. You don't say. Something broke, I'm pretty convinced, at about 1 o'clock on October 31st. And as a result, AMC has been seeing some pretty nice price movement upwards. I mean, it's not, we've seen way better before. It's not like this isn't the fastest we've ever moved or anything like that, but by far, we've seen some very nice price movement as a result of that, and I do expect to see continued price movement, good price movement as a result. So I'm actually really excited about what we're seeing here. Let's take a look at the numbers. I know I'm like 13 minutes past due. I feel really hot talking. Yeah, let me take you guys over to the other page here. I'm gonna go ahead and go over the numbers. Two-factor authentication. Wait, what am I saying? Remember, I'm not gonna be able to see what it is that you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen. And then, actually, you know what? Before I do that, while I'm cleaning my glasses, I'm going to go back to the other screen for you guys real quick here. Just so that if you have any questions about what I just talked about, I can certainly try to field any questions you may have. It's Danny's fault. He hit the red button. But do it again. Keep hitting it over and over and over as many times as you can. I was sick, Darren. Really, really sick. I was down for the count. I'm still not better yet, so. Funky, good morning, man. I'm gonna finish cleaning these glasses. We'll get into these numbers here. If I'm short today, I'm just gonna advance apologize. I'm pretty certain that at some point or another I'm probably gonna like snap. So if I do snap, forgive me. I don't feel well, so. Tendy says it's probably the inversion table and Peloton polluting the air in your house. Yeah, maybe. All right, now I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, questions, comments, concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, probably not a bad idea, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Boy, it's been a hot minute since we've gone over some numbers. But let's do it. Where am I starting here? Top left-hand side. Screw bonus points. I wasn't here long enough to really get anything done for that. So, oh, and man, look at that. I have to go back in here. I forgot to adjust my Ortex data, so I'm gonna have to go back in and readjust the page here for Ortex because it's all jacked up now. So forgive me. I'll have to try and remember to do that tonight. I fixed it for the main page, but forgot I needed to fix it for this page here. It'll be off for now. Short exempt volume. Those were the numbers for Friday. I actually was plugging data in on day over day numbers. 238.5 thousand in short exempt volume from 11/3, which should be, yeah, it was Friday. How much? 238.5. And we were up 2.19% for Friday. Utilization's done a little bit of dropping. Let's see here. I got utilization at 35.91%. There was some borrowing that occurred on Friday that increased those numbers. Give me a second here. Yeah, utilization is sitting at 35.91%. So we're starting to head back up. As price moves up, those our short interest and our utilization, those numbers are all going to increase again. Max Pain. $10 this week, starting it off. Off exchange data from Friday. Let's see here. We had final numbers for the day. 55.88% going through off exchange. And EDGX was at 8.78 for a combined total 64.66%, or about 0.66% higher than what a normal day should look like. So it was a little tiny bit elevated, not very much. CHX volume was 2,318 shares, not a whole lot going on there. And CHX volume for GME on Friday was at 2,944, also very low numbers. Taking a look at, let's see, what's next here on the list. Institutional ownership. Last time I refreshed this, it was 148.135 million shares. It is now 147.294. Options. Okay, highest amount of option open interest right now is for on the call side is at a $12 strike. Last week when I had last recorded it was at 14, so it's dropped a little bit to 12. Oops, that's not correct. It was at 10. My bad. It was at 10 and it's gone up to 12. And we have 13.2 thousand contracts so far. Highest amount of put volume for this week is at a $8 strike. That's down from 9.5. And there's currently 5.3 thousand contracts. Give me just a second while I get some music going here, take you guys over the other page, and we'll take a look at some of the rest of the data. Alrighty. Now that Ortex has this new layout, which doesn't really appeal to me very much, all these different like utilization used to be yellow, now it's orange. You'll have to just put up with some new colors on everything. Our current utilization is moving up though. Day over day, it went up from 32.48% to 35.91%. The on loan amount did not report yet from the increase from Friday, interestingly enough. It should have been around 2 million shares if I remember correctly. Really close to it. Let me give this a quick refresh and see if it pops up. Yeah, so for some reason, Ortex is not reporting the change in on loan amount from Friday. So I can't give you that number as of yet. But maybe using some of the other data, I can be able to figure out how much it was roughly. So we'll look at the estimated short share interest of the free float. That's also not being reported as of yet either. On loan average age per day, also not being reported. Okay, none of the data is being reported as of yet. So that's nothing I really can do about that. Other than the utilization showing the increase in utilization, which means that there are some extra borrowed shares. Everything else is just not showing up on there. Even security lending volume's not showing either. MMRI was at 328.3 something last week when I was last on Hallows Eve. It is now 299.71. VIX numbers are showing down this morning. Futures open down 1.06, which should have the markets up slightly. And they are anywhere from 0.01 to 0.22. So showing a green open. Orders by Fidelity customers from Friday. These are probably not the full day's amount of volume. I wouldn't imagine because the numbers are so small. But if they are, that means there must have been really low quantities of volume. But let's just see if AMC and GME were on this list on here. I do not see them on there. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $9.65. Shares available to borrow is at 1.2 million. Earlier this morning, we did see there was 3.2 million shares there. They borrowed about 100,000 of those. And then from 3.1 down to, they borrowed another 1.9 million plus out of their 100,000 was 2 million shares so far for the day today. Fees are back up to about 1.3%. Looks like fees are back up into the ones. 53.5 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 26.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. 45.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 1.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. I don't know why I just looked at this page. I don't need it. Going to banks in the pre-market here. Let's take a look and see what we got going on here. big bank movers in the pre-markets. Anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater will get a shout out. First Horizon is up in the pre-market. I actually did a reorder on my list here. You might see some banks not in the same place as others from the past, but I did a little bit of a reorder on some of these. We have First Horizons up in the pre-market 3.71%. Looks like that's about it. Ethereum Classic is up 2.68 in the pre-market. The US, let me put this on a 1 minute, and kind of consolidating currently. US dollar is down 0.12, and maybe a slight downtrend right now. Oil has not yet traded. SPY is up 0.22 in the pre-market and trending up. Tesla is up 1.56 in the pre-market and trending down after a gap up. Amazon is up 0.36 and trending up after a gap up. Cinemark is down 2.43. Actually hasn't traded in the pre-market yet. Doge is up 2.83 and trending up. Bitcoin is up 0.36, trending up. GME is up 1.15, trending up. HYMC is up 1.82 and has not. It's traded 187 shares so far. It is gapping up for open. NCMI is not traded yet this morning. Hood is up 0.83 and traded 1,140 shares and is up in the pre-market and trending up. AMC is up 2.61% after having and kind of consolidating after a gap up. Inflow versus outflow from Friday, there was approximately, let's see here, 8? Yeah, $8 million more outflow than inflow on Friday. Volume was, so far this morning's at 13,000 shares traded so far. We got about 10 more minutes before the pokey stick of volume. On a 4-hour chart, there currently is more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 66.44. Which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 62.33, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.17, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 60.54, which is above average. On a 1-hour chart for Ichimoto, lagging line is above price line. Conversion did fall below base leading into this pre-market move this morning. Part of the reason for that is because due to this dip right here, price does usually like to fall through thinner portions of green clouds. We do have a thin portion for the day today. I can't assuredly tell you that we'll manage to maintain above this. But in order for this to continue to stay, normally what happens on this is Ichimoto will come down and price will retest the conversion after first test of it, and it didn't even test it on Friday. It just dropped right through it and then slowly followed the base up. So I would look for a retest of the base that would show signs of potential price failure or price moving towards the green cloud. In this particular case, that's going to be right around $10.84. In order for us to see continued buying pressure, for this to be a continuous green signal for buying, price is going to have to get back above $11.30 at some point, as the lagging line needs to go above price line. So 11:30, I'm going to put down 11:35 as a key push point. And on a 4-hour chart, we have lagging line above price line, conversion above base. We did get the retest of we got the test of the conversion, and then a little bit of a retest on Friday But it hasn't managed to break through yet here. You can see we did print a TD9 there, which means the price should start to move back down a little bit. We do have thinning green cloud ahead of us in the futures, which puts us just, I mean, if we were to come down and break through this, it would put us just underneath $10 before the end of the week is out. Do note, max pain is $10, so $10 might be in the cards for us by the end of the week. We'll see if there's still needing to find margin. And I guess with that, that's all I got for you guys. There we go. Roseanne, I'm far from healthy. Still hurting pretty bad. Quite frankly, like I rolled out of bed this morning, I was like, I don't know if I'm going to make it. Then Bruno was trying to push me down the stairs. CPE, good morning to you. I'm going to head back over to the back of the Big Tramp, and anybody who wants to join me in the back of the Big Tramp is more than welcome to. We have a couple different things that I posted up while I was away. I was on bed rest, and one of the ones that I thought was kind of interesting, and I always hate this when I'm not a huge fan. I've stated on many times of crypto accounts on Twitter. They kind of scare me a little bit after an interaction that I had with some of them. So I wasn't really seriously fond about getting this information from a crypto based account. But this was something that they posted out here. Just Dario was the name of the account here that posted it up. They said, I know this post will get AMC Army crazy. Did you know that the NASDAQ had a Quality of Markets Committee? The committee is chaired by Joe McCain of Citadel Securities, but there's something else interesting there. Kenneth Zimmer of Geode. And what I find incredibly weird is that Ken Zimmer is considered a non-industry member. Isn't he the head of the trading at Geode? Also, I'd like to drop the question, why it seems only the NASDAQ, where all the mega cap tech companies trade, has a Quality of Market Committee greatly filled with hedge fund insiders. But one of the things that kind of stood out in my mind, it says, is Geode Capital Management LLC the whale that continues to squeeze stocks higher and crush the VIX? Remember, this morning I told you that the margins, one of the first signs that I saw that margin break was that VIX dropping below 16, and that was on the VIX. And manipulation of things like the VIX could potentially be signs for. I know we've talked about the plunge protection team in the past. They could be protecting the markets a little bit. Maybe this you'd have to go through and read all of his information here, but one of the things that was really interesting was as everything was breaking, of course, the mega caps that are listed here on this page were all being supported quite heftily during that period of time, and of course that's where anybody who's short in the market would need these to be pumped in order for them to be able to continue to maintain margins. But this is actually kind of an interesting read here, and I would just kind of take a look into it. He's got a lot of really, really interesting rabbit holes he went down here. Anyways, take a look at it if you want. That was one of the things that I posted up this weekend. Another one. I talked to you. Said another bank down. Also, I want to talk on Monday about something breaking on October 31st. We already talked about that this morning. The Citizens Bank had a failure, and then we saw the banks in general have a lot of issues with outages and disruptions this last week. In fact, as of yesterday, I think Bank of America is still having problems. And I didn't see it yet. I want to go back and rewatch Jerome Powell's meeting that he had for the FOMC on rates. But he wore a gray tie in the 2 years that I have been doing this live streaming with you guys. I have never seen him with a gray tie. It's always been purple. I thought that was interesting. Oh, yeah. Preacher says a short ban in South Korea. Yep. Do I think there's going to be any results from the short ban? I don't know. So, in some of the different research that I've been reading that has been posted by others, I've been seeing some suggestions that we usually see major market failures shortly after. Casey, do you know if we can do FOI requests to find out whether a margin call occurred? It's possible. I don't know. First, you'd need to know. I wouldn't even know who to request the information from. I would assume it would be like a DTCC FOI request, but I don't know. I don't know what you would request exactly for information. Pokestick of volume coming in at 100,000 shares. Wow. We haven't seen 100,000 shares here in a while. That's a lot of shares showing up here. In total, it's giving us 117. So we had about 17,000 shares going into this. 100,000 shares in volume. And in regards to volume, that I don't even know where to go with this one, because normally we've been seeing like 60. This is almost double what we normally see for volume for a day. So we could be seeing like a 40,000. I dare say a 40 million share traded day today. I'm gonna guess 2040 on volume for the day today. But in regards, Preacher, to the short ban, it'll be a market-wide thing if it does impact anybody. So It doesn't affect U.S. stocks. That's Grant. I think what Grant said is correct. But it has historically had a correlation to market moves in the U.S. though. What do I think about the Citizens Bank collapse? Nate Ross asks. More to come. Where there's one, there's more. English Jim, I wish I was feeling better too. Yeah, I think Novocaine, I think they banned short selling like 4 or 5 times, and majority of the time it leads to some type of market failure. I think there was like 1 out of all those instances where it didn't lead to that. I think more significantly would be the U.S. markets doing something similar. That would probably be more significant. Nobody won last week's movie trivia. I was only here for like 2 days. Yep. Congrats to nobody. I'm looking at my notes here real quick to see. I was trying to decide when I was going to do. It looks like Barry, you had the most points so far that week, but we didn't get a chance to finish out the week, so all I can do is just add your points going forward. No wonder you're asking, though. In regards to going over, so I've got a PDF file of the proxy material that AMC sent out. And I'm trying to think what time is a good time to go over that information. I want to cover this information here with you guys, and I went through and highlighted a lot of specific different things and made notes and whatnot so that we could kind of go through this and kind of like get an idea on like key topics and stuff like that to talk about. But it's going to be a real snoozer. It's going to be a real snoozer. I feel like I need to do it in the later portion of the afternoon because that's when we tend to have more people who are viewing. So I'm kind of more inclined to kind of lean towards like maybe like a maybe right around after my lunch, my 11 o'clock morning break, so people can see it like during the noon period. Thanks, Drew. I'm still trying to feel better here. We have, as far as economic reports, there's not really any specific economic reports that are going to be due today. We have the U.S. trade deficit and consumer credit on Tuesday. Wednesday we have wholesale inventories, and then 8:30 on Thursday we have the initial jobless claims for the week, which are expected to rise, and that's it. It's really kind of a low. I'm not sure what to call it. It's a low economic report week. But we do have Chair Powell talking on Wednesday. We also have the AMC shareholder meeting, which is at 1 o'clock Central Standard Time. And I am going to be live streaming that. That'll be 1 p.m. my time. So whenever you're looking at me going to break, it's my time that we're looking at. CPE says, looking back at other earnings times, Adam Aaron was very vocal, not much this time. Think there will be any big news? Somebody was pointing out something that he said in, I think, an interview. Let me see if I can verify this. I'll have to probably verify it while I'm on break. But somebody was pointing out that he had made some specific mention of something that they thought was kind of interesting, and thought that that might be something that they're going to be talking about in a in the shareholder meeting. I'm gonna have to try and see if I can find it. I'm looking right now for it. Let me check the let me just check news here. Three days ago, how Q3 earnings could mark a turning point for AMC stock by the street. Investor Place 3 hours ago said AMC stock at $10, a flash in the pan, or a start of a real turnaround. I don't see any news articles in here in reference to Adam Aaron. Let's see here. So, Donkey Kong just sent this one to me. Says, hedge fund executives' sudden death exposes a firm deep in trouble. This is posted November 2nd. But I think that I thought he died a while ago. Hold on a second. Let me verify this real quick here. I'm just trying to verify his obituary on this real quick. Nope, this is him. So he passed away on October 27th of this year. So this is current. It says here, I'll go ahead and read the article now. It says the Bonhomie, I'm not sure how to say it. It's probably a Canadian thing, but the Bonhomie was flowing inside the Great Banking Hall in Toronto as the city's hedge fund barons arrived to toast their success in themselves. Among the guests of honor on the Tuesday night last month, Chris Callahan, whose firm was to be celebrated for top-notch performance. He didn't show. A little more than a week later, he was dead. Friends and associates are stunned, and to the industry's shock, authorities are in the process of untangling what happened to the young trader and his once high-flying investment firm. Officials haven't disclosed a cause of death. Police say it wasn't suspicious in nature, but Callahan's sudden passing has led to a widening investigation into what appears to be tens of millions of dollars in losses at his trainer, Ridge Capital Incorporated. What's only now becoming clear is that Callahan's firm found itself in deep trouble in October. Hedge fund manager's death exposes losses of Virtue other firms. Even as trainer Ridge was scheduled to be feted in the annual Canadian Hedge Fund Awards, it was already sinking under the weight of bad bets on cannabis and energy companies, according to people with knowledge of the events. An assortment of trades left three brokerage firms holding the bag for nearly $100 million in potential losses, according to the Ontario Securities Commission. Regulators are probing the matter, and one market maker, Virtue Financial Incorporated, has filed suit to recover its losses, while Callahan's friends and former colleagues mourn. Echelon Wealth Partners Incorporated, a Canadian money manager and capital markets firm with more than $8 billion in assets under management and administration, was one of those caught having made trades for trainer that it couldn't settle. Echelon, which hired Callahan soon after he graduated from the university in 2014, quickly sold those positions and is no longer exposed. Chief Strategy Officer Dominic Chow said, declining to discuss the details of the trades or say how large they were. Callahan's age couldn't immediately be confirmed. Affluent investors who helped Tainer Ridge grow from a startup to more than $120 million in assets under management have their money stuck in limbo for now. Securities regulators in Ontario have prohibited trading by the fund, which they say appears to be in serious financial difficulty. Even if it were allowed to trade, Callahan's death has left no one in charge. He was Trainer's ultimate designated person, its only director and shareholder, as well as its chief compliance officer, according to regulators. Oh, that's awesome. He's the compliance officer? The police, the crooks are policing the crooks. Yeah, I am definitely still. I'm struggling big time. Alrighty, guys, I gotta take a break. I gotta go do some stuff here. I wonder if the firm had Keyman insurance on him. I don't know. Let me put you guys on the main page here. I didn't realize I didn't have you on that. And I'll give you guys some music, and I will see you back 15 minutes before market open so I can give you guys my price prediction for the day. See you in a bit.
I feel fine. Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Nice to be in orbit.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the Orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
Three, two, one, zero, zero.
Discovery, go and throttle up. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Alright, guys, I'm back. I put up in the chat, I just took my temperature before coming back on. It's 100.8 right now, which is absolutely amazing. Feel top notch. Apex is going 1160, 1010 to 1310. Thank you for the prediction. And I forgot to put down. Oh man, I forgot to put down TB's numbers. Oh, maybe I can get him to. When we see Tony Barber, he is here right now. If he can put in his price prediction again, that'd be awesome. Let me take a look at the numbers here real quick and see what I'm seeing. What am I doing? Oh, that's right. I'm looking to see where price is heading towards. Let's see here. Future on the VIX is showing down. But it's showing down 1.37, but an open at 1593, which is higher than where it's at right now. So it should be up. I'm a little confused by those numbers. Hold on a second. Well, AMC in the pre-market's up 2.15%. I'm going to go for a price prediction. Let me just check one more thing real quick here. 1 hour. I'm going to go for a close of about 10. Let's see here. We're at in pre-market. We're at 1095. I'm going to go for a close around 1107. So I'm going to go 957 to 1257. I do think there's going to be elevated amounts of volume today. I've got 20 to 40 million in volume prediction, and taking a look at volume from last week, we saw definitely an increase in volume as we saw the price rising, which is a good thing. You want to see that. That is bullish. We had price moving from approximately 14.4 million on Thursday to 22.5 million on Friday. So we had a pretty big jump in volume there. So the song for the day today is based off of the idea that it's time to vote. You guys have today and tomorrow to get those votes in for AMC, and I'm thinking about maybe covering the numbers a little bit earlier, or not numbers. What am I saying? The presentation that I put together for kind of like just a general overall view of the proposals, and then talking about those. I think I'm going to probably do those as soon as I can after maybe our 9 o'clock numbers. I need to go to the doctor today. That's okay, Ned. There's multiple ways for you to be able to put your vote in, even if you have not received your proxy material. So don't fret. I do have that listed on some of the things I'm going to kind of cover with you guys. They do give multiple methods by which you can vote, regardless of whether you received your proxy materials. Real quickly, I'll just post it on the screen in case anybody wants to see that. By internet, you can access the internet voting site at www.envisionreports.com/AMC, or scan the QR code on the notice of or your proxy card and follow the instructions on the screen prior to 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time on November the 7th. Or by telephone after receiving the full set of printed proxy materials using a touch-tone telephone call toll-free 1-800-652-8683 and follow the voice instructions prior to the same exact time listed as well. The one thing that I'm going to suggest tomorrow too, as well, is that everybody also verify their votes, maybe about 9 o'clock at night. No later than 10 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I would actually do it at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time or earlier. Just go in and verify your vote numbers on the website. If you can go through the website to get to that, that's probably the best way to do it. Barry says, what does Bobblehead Ross think about your sickness? Let's see.
You know me. I think there ought to be a big old tree right about there. Let's give him a friend. Everybody needs a friend.
Apparently my sickness needs a little friend. I need a little help from my friend, apparently. Jared says that's called medicine. Tree roots, right? The big old tree is a tree root. Some kind of tree root or something. Yeah. I'm thinking about, I hurt so bad right now, guys. It's not even funny. Like, I can't even, I want to be excited and I want to like have energy for you guys, but I have none. And it's like, it's so depressing. Like, I can just feel the depression in my voice. It's so bad. It's like I want to have the energy, but the mind is wanting, but the body's not giving. Yeah, I know, Jared. I'm gonna probably make an appointment here real quick. I might step away for just a few minutes in a little bit here, make an appointment, and probably go to the doctor today. Alrighty, guys. I'll see you after market open.
T minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now at estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy an old it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and own. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Vote for me, vote for me. I want the nomination for the presidency. Vote for me, vote for me. If I am elected, this is how it will be. I cut your tax in half, I make the Russians laugh, I feed the hungry people everywhere. I bring the railroads back, trains and new track, from Waikiki to old Delaware. Vote for me, vote for me. I want the nomination for the presidency. Vote for me, vote for me. If I am elected, this is how it will be. I put Detroit on you, cause it brought on beer, or anything except gasoline. I'm looking to the sun for power for everyone, and the cleanest sky that you ever seen. I don't wanna kid you, there's a lot to do. Yeah, yeah. Little life promise is really up to you. We all work together and I think we can, yeah. And if you want some new ideas, I'm the man. Vote for me, vote for me. I want the nomination for the presidency. Vote for me, vote for me. If I am elected, this is how it will be. I put the global peace and the sweet release for the love and human kindness in us all. I would give all I got, just give me a shot. Somehow I know that I can win in the fall. Vote for me. You got to vote for me. I'm a winner, baby. I'm the man, yes I am. Here I stand. I do everything I can. Yes, I'm a winner. Yes, I'm a winner, baby. Yeah. Keep the calling, let it coming in. Now won't you give me a chance? Give me some cash. Wanna see some checks in the mail. Talking about money. Come on, baby. Twist and shout. 'Cause I'm a winner, baby, baby. Yes, I am. I'm a winner. I'm a winner, baby. Got to vote for me. Vote for me. Vote for me.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! Can't do it. Screw them! That's where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Oh man, I can't do it. I got no breath. I got no fire. Corbin, I got no fire. Oh my gosh, man! I tell you what, that's just embarrassing. All right. So first things first. Title for the day. Break out the vote. 2 days left to vote. You have today and tomorrow to vote. Make sure you guys do that there, and I'll put it back up on the screen here for you guys real quickly. If you did not receive proxy material, check your junk mail. You might find that it's in there somewhere in the junk mail. Search for your broker and then just look in your junk mail. You might find it in there somewhere. If you don't have access to it that way, you can go on the internet, access the internet voting site at www.envision, ENVISION, reports.com /AMC or / I don't know. I guess that's really a / I don't know. I always call them backslashes. AMC or scan the QR code on the notice or your proxy card and follow the instructions on the screen prior to 11:59 Eastern Time, November 7th, 2023, or by telephone after receiving the full set of printed proxy materials. Using a touch-tone telephone, call toll-free at 1-800-652-8683 and follow the voice instructions prior to that same time. And either one of those two methods should allow you to help you to vote. So, yeah, do that, guys. And, because it's really important that we get the votes out there. We'll cover this information here in just a few minutes. Maybe after the 9 o'clock numbers, and then But first, I want to show you something. This is something that I posted up on. I'm not sure what day it was. One of these days, they all are kind of mending together for myself. But there was I said on Friday, I think I said another bank down. Also, I want to talk on Monday about something breaking on October 31st at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So let me pull this up for you. There's a couple different things I want to show you. I think I'm going to show them a little bit different order than I showed them earlier this morning. Let me pull them across in this order here. Actually, we'll do this. We're going to look at VIX. We're going to look at VIX, and then we're also going to look at the 2-year, 10-year yield trends, and then we're going to look at AMC. Where did my AMC go? There it is. All right, so I did a move this around. I'm going to get rid of this real quick here. So I showed you guys this, I don't know, for like the last 3 weeks. I showed you guys this where I took essentially starting on October 16th for the entire weeks. I took the week's worth of data and I just copy and pasted it onto the next week, and then I copied and pasted it onto the next week. And for the most part, we were following pretty closely to that pattern, the same exact pattern, for pretty much almost the entire 3 weeks until something happened right here. The peaks and the valleys still really matched up. Oh, son of a gun. The peaks and the valleys actually matched really well during this period of time here as well. You can see most of the jumps and valleys that occurred in here. The drops and the jumps are all in the same kind of places. The problem, the difference, the big difference was there was a deviation in amplitude, meaning instead of having a big huge dump, it only went down a little bit, and instead of having a very small increase in price, well, it was still kind of small here, but it really kind of deviated right here, right? Like price really started moving upwards and continued to move upwards, and so it deviated a lot. But the big deviation was right around that October 31st. This is a 15-minute time interval that I've got this set up on right now. That big deviation occurred right here at about 1 o'clock, October 31st, which is right here. Everything started moving away from that, and we saw something change in the market, and it was no longer trading as similar as it was the previous 2 weeks. And so I started a hunt. I started a search for a reason. Why did we see this like big change? And there was only one specific thing that stood out in my mind that I saw. Out of all the different things that we look at all the time, the one thing that stood out that happened to break, we had an initial break below 16 on the VIX right here, and then the actual breakthrough and continuation of the VIX falling, and I'm going to call it manipulation of the VIX downwards, and improvement of the stock market prices across the board happened right here. And what I'm going to show you is that there was, I think what I'd like to try to say here or suggest to you is that there was a global margin call that occurred about 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time on the October 31st. And it's part of the reason why if you pull up things like the SPX, or it really doesn't matter what you pull up, any kind of ETF that looks at, you know, market wide at you know, different market movement, price movements as a whole, this white line represents that same moment in time right here. And you can see it very shortly thereafter, the SPX found that bottom of 4103.78 and immediately started running the opposite direction. And these gap ups are insane, absolutely insane gap ups in the market here. I think this is forced buying that's going on, and but there was something else that occurred as well. If you look at the bond yields, and we go back to one of the highest points where we were getting, we've had an inverted bond yield where the 10-year's been below the 2-year, which is not a good thing. Usually you want the 10-year above the 2-year, which is normal. But we had an attempt. Our first attempt at a normalized bond yield was really kind of around October 23rd. And we hit our highest point, which was just slightly above 5%. Multiple tests leading into it. And then all of a sudden, as soon as it broke 5, it moved way back down, and the spread between the 2-year and the 10-year increased quite a bit. Then it started again, heading back up, found that level. I use this as a level of resistance. Never quite made it back to 5%. Tried to get back up to that 2-year yield for the normalization and failed. And on the third attempt at narrowing the gap between the 2-year and 10-year yield, we have right in the middle of this purple box is 1300 October 31st. This was the last attempt that we would see it at the 2-year and 10-year yields normalizing. And that attempt, you can see that the 10-year started taking off and the 2-year barely budged. That attempt failed at that point, right about that time when the VIX was starting to move. And you can see that not only did it fail, but they both aggressively started moving downwards. And this is on a 1 minute right now. Let me take it to a 15-minute time interval here. Both aggressively moved downwards massively. Something broke. Not about to break. Something broke. And I think we started seeing the entire market having buying pressure that started kicking in. Our MMRI this morning was 299.71. We haven't been under 300 for quite a while. It was pretty significant, which means all this means is that DXY, or the US dollar, has dropped down quite a bit, and so has the 10-year yield. Those numbers have dropped. And I told you there were two things that we were looking for before a market crash would occur. One of two things. It doesn't have to be both. It just needs to be one or the other. It could be both, but we need to either see a normalization of the 2-year, 10-year yield, or we need to see a massive drop in the yields occurring. And we started to see that massive drop starting to occur. I mean, it really started to occur back here after that initial 5% 10-year yield. But you can see the trend never broke here, and it failed to break past it. And you can actually see the 2-year yield is now using that trend line as a level of support and resistance now, which is really kind of fun to see. It's not just the 10-year that's using that; it's also the 2-year. And the 2-year broke down below it pretty heftily, right? Like, this is the same trend line that I'm using from the 10-year. You can see the 2-year testing on it twice, and then on the third attempt breaking through, finding the support there, or the resistance there, to not be able to break past it again. And now it's starting to finally break back past up it again. But something broke right here. I'm almost positive. And we also had the DTCC on the 1st, after the October 31st 1 o'clock p.m. event. The DTCC on the following Monday, the 1st. Monday the 1st? It's not Monday the 1st, was it? Wednesday the 1st, I'm sorry. Wednesday the 1st, the DTCC put out a notice saying, like, look, you guys, remember, you have to give us a 24-hour notice, at least a 1-day notice in advance that an event is going to occur. Why did they do that? Why did they remind everybody, oh, hey, by the way, don't forget, you got to tell us when something's going to happen? Because something happened. I'm pretty sure of it. I'm pretty doggone sure that something happened right here. And I don't think the DTCC got a heads up. So that's what I have to share with you guys. I know you probably waited a while for me to be able to share that with you. But I do think that something happened there. Then we had, over the weekend, a lot of notifications that there was a major banking problem with settlements. Right? You guys hear about that? I'm pretty sure I posted up something about it on at least Twitter, maybe elsewhere. Truist, Bank of America, Chase, U.S. Bank, Wells Fargo experiencing widespread outages. That was on November the 3rd. Following Friday, settlements started becoming an issue. So I'm here to tell you guys that something happened. Something went down. I don't know what it is. I can't pinpoint. I can't tell you who. All I know is the way that the market moved, everything that I'm seeing here would be indicative of the kind of movement you would see from some type of margins. If we go back to the SPY, remember I called out 410 for last Friday's close, not this last Friday, but the Friday before's close, and we hit 410 right on the dot. It was 409, and that was the 27th, 30th, 31st. The breakage occurred, I think, here around the 31st, around 1 o'clock p.m., and then we just started seeing the market the SPY just absolutely started taking off. Overall, there was buying. I think there was forced buying. And here's one of the other things. I was watching a Fidelity. Even though I was sick, I was watching it. And I'm telling you guys, retail was selling the crap out of this. Out of the top 30 most heavily traded stocks in the marketplace, there was only like three institutions that were getting more buy orders than sell orders from retail as this was unfolding. The last 3 days of trading last week, retail was selling. So retail was selling, but the market was driving up. Go figure. Let's see here. We got about 8 more minutes before we take a look at the numbers. Albert, I think AMC may have been on the list. I don't recall off the top of my head very well because it was a little fuzzy, but I do recall AMC being on there, and I think AMC had sell orders as well, yes. But that always happens when we move up, so. It's not always actual shares that are being sold, but it could also be options as well. $17.96 Patriot says Fed buying some debt. I mean, we should be able to see that if that's the case, right? Like there should be some. We should be able to see that in their. Oh gosh, I forgot the name of the report. My mind is not very sharp when I'm sick, guys. So give me a little bit of leeway here. The H41. Let's see here. So we should be able to see the week's results, but those come out on. Does this include? I have November 2nd's data. I don't know that I would wait one more week. I would wait until the 9th to check that and see. Although November 2nd should have. I'm looking at it right now. There might have been. Let's compare something real quick here. There's that one. Probably should reverse these. So on the left is going to be the 26th. And on the right is going to be the 2nd of November. I don't see like anything. I mean, it does. I see big numbers showing up that are consistent. I don't see anything that like just suddenly jumps week over week. I don't know. I'll tell you what. One of the things that I suffer the most from when I'm sick is like an inability to be able to focus at all. So a lot of these numbers are just kind of like really. I'd really need to sit here and have a lot more focus and sit down and kind of dive into this and that's not happening. I'm putting it up on the screen more or less so that you can see it. What I can do is I can provide you a link to get to the Fed Reserve H41 report in case you want it. There's the link to it, so you can go and look for yourself and see if there's something there that you might find. Kenny G says, remember when the VIX and the SPY calls froze not long ago, right around the same time frame? Man, memory's not working right now. I'll send you some Adderall. I'll probably pass. Thank you, Hazel. I appreciate it. I hope I can too. It is time to take a look at the numbers, guys. I'm gonna take you over the other page here, and we'll take a look at the numbers, and then we'll go over the we'll go over the voting proxy material. All right, remember when I take you guys over the other page here that I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal comments, questions, comments, concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, probably not a bad idea to set that up. You never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Earlier this morning, we didn't have any data being reported by Ortex. They were withholding information from last Friday. And all we could really see was that utilization had gone up. But we will take a full run. We'll take a full look at everything that all the data, since this is our first run through since market open. And I realize that the Ortex data on the top right hand side of the page is all jacked up right now, but I'll try and fix that tonight so that you have something proper and decent to look at. But bear with me until then. All right, let's take a look at price predictions. Obviously, I put in a price prediction. We all put in price predictions for the day today, but I forgot to write down TBs. So if he's here later on, I'll just get him to put in his numbers again, or I'll go back and look at the live stream and see what he put in there. But 957 to 1257 is what I've got for the day today. Remember, this is not financial advice. It's just for apes trying to get in the best price prediction as possible. Apex has 1010 to 1310, and I'll have to read out the numbers for Eric and TB later. Let's see here. Moving on. Short exempt volume from Friday was 238.5 thousand shares. Utilization is up to 35.91%. Day over day price increase, we had an increase of 2.19% for last Friday, and I'm actually going to get rid of that one of three. Max Payne is starting off this week at $10. Off exchange by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 44% going through off exchange, and EDGX to be somewhere between 10 and 11%. for combined total 54%. We have 57.93% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 7.79. Between the two, we have 65.72%, or about 11.72% more than it should be by this time of the day. Only 200 shares going through CHX. GME's CHX volume for the day today is sitting at 100 shares as well. Nothing unusually large on either of those. Institutional ownership this morning was reported at 147.294 million. That has not changed. I will be writing an email to Fintel to find out why they are misreporting the information, since we're now 6 days into the month here and they still have not reported a change in the amount of institutional shares that reflects the correct amount of shares being owned by institutions. And let's see here. Moving forward, options for the day today. Highest amount of call interest in volume so far for the day today is at a strike price of that's the kind of noise somebody makes when they've got pocket aces. I got no poker face when I'm sick either. Highest amount of call volume for the day today. There's actually strikingly very low volume on options. We have about 1,093 call contracts at a $12.50 strike, which is exceptionally high. I'm just going to put 1.1 thousand contracts. It's close enough. And on puts, look how low the volume is on the puts at a $10 strike. That's up from last week, from $9.50 to $10. There's 400 contracts. Wow, this volume is so low on these option contracts. It's insane. So low, so low. Look, can you guys see the bottom of the page? No, you cannot. Down here, the second place, or the third place, I should say, strike is $16 strikes, and down at the very bottom of the page, and I used to call these the lottery ticket winners. The lottery ticket winners at a $20 strike is at 1,044, which is actually the highest, second largest amount of call options in volume for the day today. That's exceptional. Take you guys over. I'm trying hard, guys. I'm trying. Take you guys over the other page here. We have utilization sitting. I'm operating on like two cylinder, like a quarter of a cylinder right now compared to my 2 cylinders. Oh man. So utilization right now is it was wait, I'm not, this can't be AMC. What the heck? Okay, this is not right. Something's wrong here. They're reporting new information all of a sudden here. Something's not right. Hold on a second here. I gotta figure this out. What is going on? That's October 30th data, not... Okay, here we go. There we go. All right. Utilization driving up day over day from 32.48 to 35.91%. Earlier this morning, we didn't have the on-loan data on the page, but it is there now. On-loan amount went from 14.74 million to 15.57. So not quite a 1 million share increase in on-loan amount. We are looking at $830,000 shares. This is the best my brain can do. 830,000 shares having been borrowed. That's obviously going to raise your estimated short share interest of the free float from 6.38 to 6.54. On loan average age per day is decreasing as new shares are being borrowed. It went from 25.85 to 25.39. And the security lending volume day over day decreasing from, 2.55 million down to 946,000 shares. MMRI this morning was 299.71 and is now going up to 303.56. Which means both the 10-year and 2-year yields are, or 10-year and DXY are both increasing the US dollar. And you can see that the 2-year has finally broken that trend line that I had shown you guys earlier. It's breaking back above it now. And the 10-year is exponentially moving up much more than the 10-year or 2-year. 10-year, 2-year, 10-year, 2-year. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for. Neither of which are on this screen and likely due to low volume. I want to point out to you guys again, out of the 30 most heavily traded stocks, there is only a handful or so that are actually more buying than selling. By retail. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $9.65. Shares available to borrow is at 3.2 million. They've only returned shares since earlier this morning. Fees are back down to 0.7%. And it looks like they did borrow. They just borrowed another 100,000. So we're about 2.1 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. Currently, there's 42.4 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 37.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 46.6 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 1,000 contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.21. Dow Jones is up 0.01. The S&P 500 is up 0.08. We have 3,528 decliners to 2,275 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing currently, even though that the indexes are showing green. There's more red than green. Big bank movers for the day today. I've reordered all of my bank orders in here to reflect where they're at standing in overall price, and then Coinbase at the very top. I'm only going to mention anything that is plus or minus 2.5% or greater of a change for the day today. And we've got Coinbase up 2.76%. FRC is down 36.36. And that's it for the biggest of the movers. Ethereum Classic is up 2.99 and trending up. The US dollar is up 0.01 and trending down. Actually, it's not. It's kind of consolidating right now. Oil is down 1.3 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.66 to 0.73 and trending down. And the SPY is up 0.07 and trending down. VIX is up 2.75. It did gap up for an open and is consolidating currently. VBR is down 0.89 trending down. VB is down 0.95 trending down. Tesla is down 0.15 trending down. Amazon is up 0.99 and trending up. Cinemark is down 4.41 trending down. Doge is up 3.72 trending up. Bitcoin is up 0.55 trending up. GME is down 0.72 and trending down. HYMC is up 0.67 and consolidating. HUD is down 0.31 and trending down. And AMC is up 3.31 and it's trending up. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. We have approximately what am I saying? 700,000, almost $800,000 more outflow than inflow for the day today. 5.18 million shares traded so far for the day today, and that's after 42 minutes worth of trading. We're on a pretty good pace for the day today. We're pace for 48.1 million shares traded by the end of the day. I suggested somewhere between 20 and 40 million shares, as we saw quite a large amount of volume, almost double the amount of pre-market volume than what we've been seeing in the past. So I suspected that we would see a fair amount more volume today than normal. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.83, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure. More buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.8, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 60.55, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.14, which is average. Taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud on a 1-hour time interval, lagging line is above price line. Conversion is now back above base with this early morning market move. And price is right now right on the conversion line. What we really need to do is make sure price finishes out the day above $11.30. Somebody mentioned that 11.30 was the level of resistance, and I would agree with that. But I put 11.35 in as being the point at which we would need to see. Actually, hold on a second here. What is this? 11. Yeah, that's right. 11.30. 11.35 is the point at which we would really see kind of like lagging line getting up over a price line. So seeing a finish above 11.30 would be ideal. Otherwise, by tomorrow morning, this lagging line is going to be touching price line and will be signaling for a downtrend in price movement going forward. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line is above price line, conversion is above base, price is above conversion and base. Everything looks really good here. All we really need to continue to do is maintain a price above 1087, and I would just call it 1090, leading into the next 2 days. 1090 is a good number. If we see on the 1-hour price coming back down and touching base at any point at 1086, we could see price starting to drop out on AMC. What else do I got for you guys? I think that's it. So I'm going to head back to the back of the Big Tramp and let's cover the proxy material. I'm hoping there's going to be a lot of people in the back of the Big Tramp. I would love to have like a comment and question type session where, you know, if anybody has any comments or concerns or want to cover a specific point in the documents, then we can do that. We can kind of look over it together. And I'm not here. What I'm not here to do is tell you how to vote. I don't want that responsibility. I want you to have your own opinion. I want you to be informed. And above all else, I want you to vote. I don't want you to not vote. That's my big goal here, is making sure that you feel comfortable about voting for your investment and what you want to see for a future. TB, thank you, man. I appreciate it. I'm sorry I didn't write it down earlier this morning, man. I'm not functioning on full battery today. Let's see here. 9:13 to 12:13. Thank you. So let's do this. Maybe I'll give anybody who wants to show up in the back of the Big Tramp just a few minutes here to show up. I got Preacher in here. Preacher, you didn't seem to like my comment this morning on the South Korea halting of shorting. short selling.
How do you reckon that? If I didn't like
Uh,
the comment.
you said that's all. And I wasn't sure what that meant by that's all. I'm not. I wasn't sure what that meant. That's all. That's all.
I'm also not sure what. I think I was writing something else in the meantime. I
Oh,
don't
okay.
think it was related to the same topic.
Okay.
Ah, sorry,
Okay.
but no. Nothing like that. No.
Okay. Yeah.
If I confused you, sorry about that.
No, thanks for bringing it up though, because I forgot to mention it. Which to me that's some pretty big news. And I failed to remember to bring that up. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
On this, my point of view is I understand that doesn't really have a direct impact on the U.S. stock market. However, we do know that they use other like stock markets in other countries to also push AME down. So I know that's probably not going to happen. But basically, if every other market apart from the U.S. stock market bans short selling, I think they're going to get kind of screwed.
Yeah. Well,
that's wishful thinking.
In general, with the other market, with the South Korean market, it's getting my understanding is it's getting a big boost this morning or today in trading. So if that's the case, then I can imagine anybody who was short or so I'm not sure. I haven't read into it at all. But my guess is that anybody who was short will probably be able to remain short if they want to. But I think they're just saying like no future new positions going forward until mid-year next year. And so anybody who's caught in a situation where they're short like that is going to kind of get screwed a little bit because they you've got the market running upwards in price, and so some people are, I'm sure anyone who's short sitting there going like, oh, thanks a lot. That put a real kink in my books.
My view on this is that if short selling is banned, right, and market runs, what that tells me is that there was no accurate or no real price finding, basically supply and demand, right? Because if the moment you find out short selling is done, meaning you're only relying on buying and selling if you actually own something, that kind of implies to me that if you're in that market, it's like, oh shit, so me, or let's say if I'm the one doing the short selling, right? If I can't make it short anymore, so now there will be a real price finding, so market run up.
Yes.
Or if you're someone in the market and you know that there is naked shorting, and you're like, oh, those guys can't naked short anymore, so now the real prices are going to come up. Let's buy, because the market was pushed down, suppressed basically from naked short selling. So that's how I read this run up. If you wouldn't have short selling, my view is that the market would kind of stagnate.
Let me describe to you what it is that you're saying. It's a realization of a lack of liquidity, right? So short selling creates liquidity, and in a really weird way, it creates liquidity in a market because it gives the ability for there to be positions made that can be open and closed, and collection of monies without a delivery of anything, right? So when you take that away, the that vacuum, that money sucking vacuum away, you now only have buying going on, right? It's only, and when there's nothing there, when you don't have something to take that away, you have this big push in price where price goes up on things, and it's difficult for you to see unless there's a big huge sell off. Then there's not going to be any liquidity being created. Very, very important stuff.
Well, but you still have the selling in there. It's not only, you don't have only buying, you also have selling.
Who's gonna selling? Yeah, at some point there's going to be selling, right? But when price is initially pumping like it is, who's going to sell, right? You're going to see this you're going to see this massive pump, and then somebody, some large group of investors is going to decide at some point to sell, and when they do, then what happens?
Then the price goes down, but that's the real price finding, right? It's real supply and demand.
Yes, it is. It is.
That's the way it should go.
Yeah, yeah.
Because if you wouldn't have naked short selling, and I agree, short selling helps in a way, but if you would have a way to stop completely the naked short selling, then I could, in a way, agree to it, right? And to make sure that, yeah, basically, because if what we're saying is, oh no, stocks rallied because they couldn't use fake shares or non-existing shares to keep the price down or to push it lower, right? Because that's kind of what we're selling. Oh no, the price ran up because there was no short selling. Well, if it would be legal, like short, if you only share what you actually borrow and you actually borrow, you don't give, IOUs, then I don't think the prices would have, the market would have behaved the same over the last few years.
Yeah.
So I think what we're seeing here is not necessarily a banning of short selling, but the fact that they can't naked short sell anymore.
Yep. I like it. I like it.
I'm
I
a
went
fan.
to
I'm a fan.
I went to the local coin dealer yesterday. I don't know if you guys knew about that. They're local coin dealers. They sell coins and stuff. And one thing I tried to do is I tried to sell short some gold coins there.
Cool.
Yeah.
You tried to sell short? Naked or?
I tried to sell, well, I don't know. I just went in there and asked them to see, hey, can I sell some of these gold coins short? And they said, okay, what do you mean? I said, well, you guys give me the value of, like, gold's going for $2,000 an ounce right now. So I said, why don't you give me $10,000? And they said, okay, do you have coins? I said, no. I said, you guys don't get it. I want to sell it short.
You said that's my business.
Yeah, so I said, I want you to just give me $10,000. I just owe you money. I just have to buy it back later.
Yeah.
They didn't seem interested in that.
No. I'm not sure why that would be the case, though. Seems like a fairly slick way to make some.
I don't see too many businesses these days handing out money for.
Well,
free.
I'll tell you where you went wrong on that. You didn't offer to give them more than what it was that you originally borrowed.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So you didn't say to them,
Maybe not.
You didn't say, hey, let's pretend that I have something that I don't really have, and I'm going to pay you for it, and then and then I'm going to collect the money from somebody else, and then I'm going to pay you for that as well. I'll pay you back those later. Yeah.
Yeah. So you basically go there and tell them, give me 5 ounces of gold, and I'll give you back at a later date. I'll give you back 5 ounces and $1.
Yep. Yeah.
That would have convinced them.
Yeah, that probably would have worked a little bit better, I think, if you had gone with that route. But what do you guys think? Are you ready to go over this proxy material?
I don't know what we're voting on. I don't even know what it's about.
That's awesome. That is awesome. This is the perfect place to start then. Starting from scratch.
All right.
Let's start from scratch, shall we? I guess the first thing I want to ask is can everybody hear okay? Can everybody hear you guys okay? I think I'm going to put it down here to the right-hand side of the page. Can everybody read this first off? I guess is what I should ask is can you read what's on the page here? Okay, and is that doable? All right, cool. Starbase says I can read. Some of you who might be on a phone might have a harder time.
If you're on a phone, you can turn your phone
sideways,
right, and zoom in if need be.
I can make it bigger.
If you're using a YouTube app. Oh, yeah. You can only zoom in when it's in that landscape position. Yeah.
We'll try turning it. I'll try making it just a tad bit bigger so that people can read this. Maybe
like when I'm on OnlyFans and stuff, I got to zoom in on certain things. So.
All right. let's do this. Let's talk about it. Stop me at any point that you have a question, and if I don't know the answer, we can research it and figure it out together. So, very first off, when is it? The actual meeting is on November 8th, which is this Wednesday at 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time. I will be live streaming that, as I think that's going to be important to listen to, and I think one of the first times ever, it's during market open hours. Just tell us how to vote, Casey, so we can be a true cult. No. That makes me laugh, though. However, even though the meeting is on November 8th, you only have until 11:59 tomorrow to make your vote. And I'll give you a little hint right now that I think if you try the website, you will probably lose access to voting somewhere around 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. So don't wait too long. Vote sooner than later. If you can, anytime before the sun goes down on tomorrow would be perfect. So let's see what we get. So number one, the first proposal on the list here is to approve an amendment to our third amended and restated certification of incorporation to declassify. So we have a classified board currently. They want to declassify our board of directors and shorten the existing terms to expire at the annual meeting and make certain other immaterial changes to the certificate of incorporation. Make certain other immaterial changes to the certificate of incorporation. So essentially what they want to do is they want to take our board of directors who normally have a 3-year term, and they want to turn them into 1-year terms only. In other words, every single year we vote on the board of directors. Now, I'll look into more detail. We'll talk about this in more detail, but that's the first one. If we pass that, we have to then vote on 2A. We have to vote whether or not who we want of the 9 people that they have listed. We have to vote whether or not we want them to be returning board members. So if we prove it, that they only get 1 year, then we have to then approve everybody on the board as of right now. If we don't approve number 1, then we go to 2B, which is where we're only voting for the people who are up for their term, which is Miss Denise M. Clark, and Mr. Clark, and Miss Carrie S. Putnam. So those are the 3 people. So to approve an amendment, and then number 3, the third proposal is to approve an amendment to our certificate of incorporation to eliminate the prohibition. Oops, hold on a second here. I don't know why that skips like it does. Prohibition against stockholders acting by written consent. We'll get into that, obviously, once we get down there. Number 4, the fourth proposal is to approve an amendment to the certificate of incorporation to remove the limitation on stockholders' ability to call special meetings. Number 5 is to approve the amendment to our certificate of incorporation to expand the exculpation provision to limit the ability of certain officers. This one actually got a lot of negative feedback right off the bat because people didn't understand what was being said on this, and so we'll dive into that a little bit so that maybe you guys can understand that a little bit better. Number 6 is to ratify the appointment of Ernst & Young LLP as our independent registered public accounting firm for 2023. I've on many occasions told you guys my concerns about that a little bit, and I don't know. We can talk about it. 7 is to conduct a non-binding advisory vote to approve the compensation of named executive officers. Now, this section is probably by far one of the biggest sections in here. It's also one of the things that's kind of a hot topic because in the past we didn't approve. And remember, this is non-binding, meaning that that regardless of whether or not we vote for or against this, they can it doesn't determine whether or not it's going to happen, right? So It's more or less us approving it or not approving it. Now, I'm not here to discuss with you guys whether or not you think those terms for the compensation are something that you agree with or you don't agree with. That is up to you. I'm not going to hold a debate in here about whether or not those compensations, if the compensation package is something that I approve of or I don't. And again, since it's non-binding, it's what do you think, right? And what you think and what I think may not be aligning, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with you disagreeing with me or me disagreeing with you. We can still be friends. So I'm not going to let this be a place where I think that we need to have debates and argue with each other. It's your opinion. Number 8, to approve one or more adjournments of the annual meeting if necessary to permit further solicitation of proxies if there are insufficient votes to adopt the foregoing proposals. This one has been in almost every single one of our votes in the past and is simply just a way for the company to be able to say, like, look, if we don't get the votes that we wanted or needed to get something to pass, we reserve the right to be able to get you guys, like, try and convince you that you should vote for this or not vote for it. One or the other. It doesn't really matter. But they want the ability to be able to hold another vote or to try to elicit some people to vote more positively, more in favor of what it is that they're trying to accomplish. And I think, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, but I think this is always a good one to vote yes for. And the only reason for that I say that is because it gives the company an opportunity to be able to say, like, look, guys, we don't think we were very clear about what it was that we were trying to do, and this is why we think this is important. Can you change your mind? Will you change your mind? So it's always a really good idea to have an ability to be able to change your mind in the future, and I think that's why Proposal 8's a pretty cool proposal. Buzz and Buzzman says, Casey, was it sugar that's been indicative of market turmoil in the past? It can be, yes. Yep. Pirate saying they are asking for time to sell it again to no voters. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. And I don't have any problem with that. It's like, okay, well, if people don't agree to vote yes on something, or maybe there just wasn't enough people voting, because that is a topic that we'll be discussing here in just a second. But if there's not enough people voting, it could have just not had enough votes, and maybe they just needed people to go in and actually vote. So, which that's probably leads into what we should probably talk about next, and I think might be on the next list of topics to go over here. How? Oh no, it's how. How is the next topic here? If and I did cover this earlier this morning, but there's a couple different ways. I didn't include by mail. There is a by mail method, but obviously since it's pretty close to the end here, you're not going to be able to use this. So I only highlighted the ones that were applicable. But by internet, you can access their internet voting site at www.envision, which is spelled ENVISION reports.com. Is that a / or a /? I can never remember. If it starts from the bottom and moves forward, it's a / right? Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Yes, /
AMC.
Forward.
Yeah. Or scan the QR code on the notice or your proxy card and follow the instructions on the screen prior to 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time on tomorrow. I'm telling you right now, guys, if you wait until 11 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time, you're not going to make it. You're going to need to do this before it turns dark tomorrow night. That might even be too late. So try to get this done sometime between today and early tomorrow morning. Or if you don't want to do it that method, you can go by telephone after receiving the full set of printed proxy materials using a touch-tone telephone. Call toll-free at 1-800-652-8683 and follow the voice instructions again prior to that same time. But I'm telling you right now, you're going to need to do it beforehand. Now maybe this will move us into that next spot. Okay, there is a part in here where they had an amendment to something that they were talking about, and this is the part right here. So the abstentions with respect to the proposals 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 will have the same effect as a vote against such proposals. That is something that you need to kind of keep in mind. They had a spot in here where they put broker non-votes will be considered as representatives for the purpose of determining a quorum. And then they said, but will not otherwise affect voting results, but it does affect voting results. And so they struck that out, went back in and redid the wording for that and said, amended broker non-votes will have the same effect as a vote against proposals 1, 3, 4, and 5, and will have no effect on the vote for proposals 2A, 2B, 6, and 7.
Oh, that's very clear. Yeah.
Yeah. So just note that if you don't vote, you're voting no, which is part of the reason why 8's such a good one, because 8 is that one that gives them the opportunity to be able to elicit you for a change in your vote. Okay, moving forward. Although Proposal 7 is a non-binding advisory vote, our board will review the result and take them into account in making determinations concerning executive compensation. I highlighted that one because I wanted to make sure that you guys remember that this is number 7 when it comes to the money, how much the staff is being compensated. This is non-binding. Jana says, Casey Moo hasn't sent my voting material, and I'm on health chat. They just keep telling me how the proxy split works, and they are acting like they don't know what I'm saying. Jana, don't mess with them. Just call the phone number, 1-800-652-8683, or visit that website that I mentioned. Either one of those two. And I'll tell you what, I will... give me 1 second here. I will post the website right here. Pin it to the top.
Pinned up.
Yep.
Ooh.
Even pinned. Yep, there you go. So it's
Nice.
you now have it. I don't know why it is. It showing? Is it showing up as a hyperlink? Yes, please do test.
It's not working though. Like when I click on it, it's not opening the URL though.
Okay, let me see what's going on with this.
I mean, does it need the HTTP or something?
Oh, yeah, of course it does. I don't even know if it's secure or not, but we'll try it and see.
Let's
see if that works. That seemed to work. I think.
Not refreshing for me yet. Switch to live chat.
That worked for me, and if I scroll down, it says vote now.
Okay, I see it. So I see it in the chat, but not at the pinned one.
Right. No, I haven't changed the pin yet.
Oh, okay. Yes, that works. That URL is good. Yeah.
So don't wait for that. Don't wait for your broker to do that. You can do it yourself. Ned says I don't have a control number. That's what you're going to need to get from your broker, is your control number. That's going to be where your problem is. You're going to need to ask your broker for your control number.
Can we get that control number from, let's say we have Charles Schwab TD Ameritrade or something like that? Could we potentially log in there and look at like mail or something? I wonder. Let's see.
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
I'm just thinking, like, if we log into our broker site, is there a way to find out our control numbers?
Oh, every website's a little bit different, right? So some you can, some you can't. So it depends. For those of you who are not in the U.S. or North America, you may find that you have a little bit more of a difficult time getting a control number. I have had people who have had mixed success reports, depending upon how hard they push in getting those control numbers. But eventually, most of the people who tried really hard to push to get a control number ended up getting one. Not everybody, but a lot of people. So, I'm going to start off with the directors of the company, and we'll just talk about the fact that there's 3-year terms. We have the Class 1 directors, Class 2 directors, and Class 3 directors. And so I think the Class 3 directors are people who are on their third year, and are the ones that I think are being voted for, if I'm not mistaken, I think. Anyways, we have Mr. Lader, Mr. Locke, and Mr. Sussman are Class 1 directors. Their terms expire in 2024. Mr. Aaron, Mr. Koch, Ms. Paulus, and Dr. Sach are Class 2 directors, and they expire at the 2025 annual stockholder meeting. And Ms. Clark and Ms. Putnam are Class 3 directors, whose terms will expire at the 2023 meeting, which is this meeting. So we will be voting on the Class 3 directors, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, unless we vote Proposal 1 in, which means we'll be voting on everybody. So Proposal 1, it's the approval of the amendment to the Certificate of Incorporation to declassify the board and make certain other immaterial changes. The discussion regarding this proposal is qualified in its entirety by reference to the complete text of the Proposal 1 amendments, which are attached to this proxy statement as Appendix B. If you scroll to the very bottom of this document, you can go to the appendixes, which are down at the very bottom. Find Appendix B. And you can look at the appendix and look at specifically what's being stated in the appendix in regards to the board of directors.
Casey, given that the year's 2023, are these folks not allowed to, in general, companies, publicly traded companies, not allowed to make like a video, kind of highlighting what the purpose of each question is, why they're, what the intent is. I think they would make a video, 2-minute video or something, basically saying, here, these questions up for vote for this upcoming.
For people who are maybe not necessarily.
I think they get a lot more people actually engaged.
They're not readers, and they're more of a visual learner. A
lot of people just throw this stuff in the trash, and so or don't pay attention to it. But if there was a video, and you subscribe to Investor Connect and got a video right into your mailbox, bam! I think it would just elicit a better response, but I don't know.
Probably, but yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know why they don't.
That's all right. Yeah.
So specifically, why? And I wanted to just kind of like highlight the probably the one comment that kind of stood out in my mind in regards to why they wanted to declassify the board, and it was specifically this one particular comment in here where it says, moreover, many institutional investors believe that the election of directors is the primary means for stockholders to influence corporate governance policies and to hold management accountable for implementing those policies. Public companies with classified boards also face increased scrutiny from proxy advisory firms. It's this last part of it in here, this scrutiny from proxy advisory firms, which kind of tells me that if there is large institutional investors that are invested into a company, they would perhaps have a proxy advisory firm that would tell them this is what's going on and this is what's happening and this is why you should or should not vote in a certain direction that may be beneficial to your firm. And so in this particular case right here, I feel like AMC isn't really held very highly. It's not very held very much by institutions, and maybe not necessarily applicable to this statement, right? Like there's not going to be a whole bunch of institutions who are voting to what's the words I'm looking for here? This is I was sitting there thinking when I was sick this last week, I was going like, oh my God, I don't know how I'm going to ever get through this because my mind's just not working at full capacity right now. And I was regretting, I was like, oh man, I should have done this so much earlier because if I had, I would have been so much better off. But basically, by having an ability to be able to decide on a yearly basis what's happening with the company, as retail investors, we can look at what's happening on a current basis and say, I like this board member, I don't like this board member, every single year. Instead of having an investment firm come in and or a proxy advisory firm come in and tell us not tell us, but tell institutions, oh, hey, look, this is what they're doing or what they're not doing, and vote them in and out, and we'll have to wait until the next term ends for that person to go. So if you like the idea that you can kick somebody off the board sooner than later, this is probably a good thing. If you don't like the idea that you want people to have, I guess what you might refer to as what do teachers get again? What's it called? Tenure. If you like the idea of tenure, and people can make decisions without any kind of consequences whatsoever once they're on that board because they have like a 3-year term, then this may not be for you. Dr. Zaya says flexibility. That's probably the best way to say it. Yeah. They went on to say that as all shares of Class B common stock have been converted into common stock and eliminated, and as Wanda is no longer a significant stockholder of the company, the immaterial changes set forth in the provisions related to those matters are no longer relevant or have any purpose. So the board obviously wants us to vote for every single one of these proposals. So there's not really any sense in me telling you that that's what they want you to do. But they are suggesting that giving us the ability to be able to decide who should and who should not be on the board should be flexible. Yeah, Dr. Zaya says basically increased accountability. Yeah, I feel like it is. But that's for you to choose. Again, if we choose to vote yes on the proposal 1, we will immediately be voting on each one of the individual current board members, and that's 9 of them. Elect 9 unclassified directors to hold a 1-year term of office. If we don't approve Proposal 1, then we have to elect 2 individuals to be elected as Class 3 directors to hold a 3-year term of office. So just note that how you're voting for 1 will probably... it's not really going to change how you're going to vote for 2A or 2B, but it'll make a difference on which one, which either 2A or 2B will go into effect. At which point the proxy materials go over each one of the board members and kind of gives a breakdown on each one of them. If you don't know who they are, I would highly encourage you. I don't see any need for me to go through and read this to you. You guys can read this if you want to. But there's a nice little blurb about each one of them. I think it's interesting that they put their ages down in here. There is one that if there's one board member that stands out in my mind that I kind of feel like is kind of like maybe what's the word I'm looking for? I'm so bad with words today. Heavy baggage. It's probably Dr. Sage, and I'll tell you why. Dr. Sage was brought in when in the height of Wanda. So like he's got a lot of, if you look at his background, like a lot of his stuff is all based off of like Asia relationships, right? And we know we don't have that anymore. We don't have any kind of any dealings with that, and we can look and see what Dr. Sage is a part of on the board in regards to what committees he's a part of to see if it's being, if he's being utilized. But I kind of feel like he's a little bit of baggage. I don't really feel like he has. I guess if AMC wants to get into the Asian markets again, then having him on the board would probably be actually really beneficial. But I don't know about you guys, but I don't really see China as being a welcoming place in the near future for AMC. It's just my opinion. I could be wrong. Could be terribly wrong. But that's how I kind of see it. I don't like age discrimination, but that is something to consider when you look at some of these ages on some of the board of directors. I do think that we have an old board, which again, that means that they have a lot of connections, a lot of weight to pull in regards to people that they know, which is again connections and experience. So make sure you don't disclude them just because of age. I think that's kind of not a good thing. All right, moving on to Proposal 3. Approval of an amendment to the Certificate of Incorporation to eliminate the prohibition against stockholders acting by written consent. So, let me scroll up just a tad bit here. Any action?
AMC, what about?
Okay.
I don't know if I want to bring this up or not, but you remember that whole romantic thing with Sage?
My mind's not really here fully. No, I don't.
Never mind. I probably shouldn't bring that up, but there was, I think, some legal stuff there that ended up getting dismissed.
Vote how you want.
Yes, sir.
There's plenty of stuff that you can do to go look up each one of those individuals. I think I've always, ever since I've been a part of AMC, I've always felt that he's been baggage.
Yep, I would agree with what I'm seeing
on the board. And that's just my opinion. But it's each one of us needs to have our own opinions. So, I quite frankly want people on the board who have connections to people who are going to help us or help the company achieve prosperity. And while he has great connections in Asia, I don't think that there's a market right now for AMC specifically in Asia. But at some point in the future, that's probably not going to be the case again, and we'll maybe have a strong future.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
So the question is how I mean, if we're going to get yearly votes here, because we're going to be a declassified board, then that means we can choose to move people in and out on a yearly basis and fill those spaces with good people that are going to help the company out more.
Yeah, I do like that flexibility.
Yeah, I do too.
Think it gives us.
Yeah, I do too. In regards to Proposal 3, let's refresh our memory real quick here on this one. This is approval of an amendment to the Certificate of Incorporation to eliminate the prohibition against stockholders acting by written consent. Now, I highlighted two different portions of this. This is the part here that they want to strike out on this, and it's saying that if we approve Proposal 3, the above section will be deleted from their Certificate of Incorporation. I've got it highlighted in two different colors for a reason. I think there was something in here specifically that stood out to me, and I'll just go ahead and read this. This is what they want to delete. Any action required or permitted to be taken at an annual or special meeting of stockholders of the corporation may be taken without a meeting, without prior notice, and without a vote. If a consent or consents in writing setting forth an action so taken shall be signed by the holder of outstanding stock of the corporation having not less than the minimum number of votes that would be necessary to authorize or take such an action at a meeting at which all shares entitled to vote therein were present and voted, and shall be delivered to the corporation by delivery to its registered office in Delaware, its principal place of business, or to an officer or agent of the corporation having custody of the book in which the proceedings of the meetings of the stockholders are recorded. And it's like, holy shit, what? As I go through and I read that, that's what I think. And then it says, provided, however, that if any time Wanda or its affiliates no longer beneficially owns in the aggregate or more than 50% of the voting power of all the then outstanding shares of the stock of the corporation entitled to vote generally in the election of the directors, then any action required or permitted to be taken at any annual or special meeting of stockholders of the corporation must be effected at a duly called annual or special meeting of such stockholders and may no longer be affected by any consent in writing. So, why? What's the reason behind this? And I highlighted one specific section in here again. I'm not going to read everything to you guys, but I'm just going to read this highlighted section because I think it's probably a more applicable thing to be looking at. It says, these voting limitations prohibiting stockholder action by written consent may also have the effect of providing anti-takeover protection to the company. However, many investors and others view prohibitions against stockholder action by written consent as conflicting with principles of good corporate governance, by preventing stockholders from fully exercising their voting rights as stockholders due to the need to convene at an annual or special meeting to effect change. So, in other words, I think let me see what you guys are writing in here. Yeah, so Dr. Zaya says, empowers shareholders by allowing them to take action without waiting for the formal meetings, provides a method for shareholders to express their views or make decisions quickly if needed. I kind of contemplated doing a what if scenario for some of these. What if AMC were to start ripping in price and some institution decided to come in and buy AMC? Or buy enough shares to be able to be a majority shareholder, or what ifs. I don't like playing what if games though, because as I've said many times before, what if a meteor crashes into Earth tomorrow? It's like when you start going down these what if game roads, you can come up with a billion different what ifs, and it's just kind of like I feel like you can just start spinning your wheels. But the idea behind this, in my opinion, is the idea that if something were to happen and we wanted to make a quick decision, this seems to me like it would give us that opportunity or afford us that right or ability to perhaps make that change sooner than later. Thoughts? Anybody from the back of the big tramp? No? Okay.
My mind's blank. I don't know what you... No thoughts here.
Okay. No thoughts. Perfect. Moving on.
No.
Moving on. Dr. Zaya says con for Prop 3 may lead to hasty decisions without the benefit of a full board discussion. I don't care. Pirate says, okay, here we go. Pirate says, that provision gives me pause. It's being touted as a prevention against a hostile takeover, but immediately weakens the majority holders from action. Apes retail. Am I misunderstanding? Let's see. It's being touted as... So... I think it's the opposite of that. It's more, it gives more action to majority shareholders, not less. See, it states right here that the board is unanimously voted, and I'm right here in this section right here. The board is unanimously voted to propose to the stockholders that Section A of Article 6 be amended to remove the prohibition and instead allow stockholders to take actions as provided by law and our proposed fourth amended and restated bylaws. In reaching this determination to propose this amendment to our certificate of incorporation, the board concluded that the benefits of prohibiting stockholder action by written consent were outweighed by the board's belief that removing the prohibition is a meaningful step towards achieving our goal of ensuring that the corporate governance policies conform to current best practices and maximizing the ability of our stockholders to appropriately participate in the affairs of the company. The link to this, yes, I can provide you the link to it. 1 second. I'm trying to think what link I want to give you here first. I guess. So, I think the link. Hold on a second. I'm gonna pull up. I'm gonna pull up right now. Okay. My computer it's telling me that it doesn't like how big this link is. Hold on a second. Let me find you. I'll try and pull it up off of AMC's website. Yeah, this will be better. I'll give you this link. This is the HTML link here. Okay. So that's going to be on the link that I just gave you right there. I don't think it's gonna match up on the page, but if you, according to this, it's on page 16 is really kind of where it's on. But we're obviously talking about proposal number 3. So when you get down to proposal number 3, that's the section that we're referencing here. But I really feel like this is giving stockholders more rights to take action than taking away. Before it was a prohibition, right, against taking action unless certain requirements were met. So I feel like it's making it more possible for us to influence in the affairs of the company. All right. Any other questions? I'll move on to proposal 4. This one is approval of an amendment to the certificate of incorporation to remove the limitation on stockholders' ability to call special meetings. So we had Dr. Zayas says allows for takeover. Yes. Which on a previous one or this one? Proposal 3 or 4? Let's read it. I think you're talking about this proposal 4. This is the portion that they want to remove. It says, except as otherwise required by law and subject to the rights, if any, of the holders of the series of preferred stock, special meetings of the stockholders of the corporation for any purpose or purposes may be called at any time pursuant to a resolution of the board of directors, and the chairman of the board of directors, the chief executive officer, or secretary of the corporation shall call a meeting pursuant to such resolution, and special meetings of stockholders of the corporation may not be called by any other person or persons. Okay. Number 3. While the board does not explicitly state that the amendment would facilitate a takeover, it acknowledges that the prohibition on written consent may have provided anti-takeover protection. Let me think about that. Let me go back up here real quick here. I'll tell you what. Give me a scenario where you feel like the ability. Well, all right. I see what you're saying, but we're going to get to another portion of this where I think they kind of fix that, and that's going to be that who can call a shareholder meeting and how many shares they have to own in order to do so. But that's later on in this, and it's not quite yet. So I think there's a fix in place here for what it is that you're talking about, but it's later on down the road. So we'll get to that. In fact, it's this one right here. It's proposal 4. So, except as otherwise required by law, subject to the rights if any of the holders of this series of preferred stock, basically, like who can set up or get a shareholder meeting, like who can put this together, right? And this is where it says here, removing the restrictions on stockholder called special meetings from our certificate of incorporation together with bylaws. Changes implementing a mechanism for such action presents a meaningful increase in the voting rights of our stockholders and is consistent with investor feedback, as well as our and the board's continuing commitment to corporate governance excellence. The board supports a special meeting right for stockholders so long as the request is made by stockholders owning at least 20%. So it doesn't fully remove the ability. And this basically is stating that like you're gonna need 20% of the voting power in accordance with the procedures set forth in their proposed Fourth Amendment and restated bylaws. Stockholders owning at least 20% of the voting power may request that the security of the company call a special meeting of stockholders. So essentially, what they're saying is like if somebody's gonna want to have to do that, they're gonna have to prove that they own 20% of the company, right? So I think that's the fix, Dr. Zayas, to what it is that you're talking about in the previous section, right? Like they want us to have more ability to be able to have meaningful impact in the company, but they also want to make sure that if you're going to have that impact, that you're at least a 20% shareholder, right? And it could be multiple people. It doesn't have to just be one person. It has to be enough people who own 20% and can prove that they own 20% to make those kind of calls, right? Like to be able to have a special meeting. So it's not just going to be just anybody. And as we can see very clearly, even institutions are unwilling to hold even 10%. So and if you scroll down a little bit further on that section, well, the other part that I highlighted was additionally, the board recognizes that the power to call a special meeting of stockholders has historically been used by acquirers in the hostile merger and acquisition context. Potential acquirers seeking to take over the company for an inadequate price could threaten to call a special meeting of stockholders to replace members of the board, thereby increasing their negotiating leverage or creating a way to avoid negotiating with the board at all, frustrating the board's exercise of its legal duty to protect the interests of all stockholders. So I think they're kind of highlighting that there, and basically pointing out and saying like, yeah, look, we recognize that that's, could be a potential problem, but they're saying that 20% they feel is a pretty decent amount of shares. 20% right now is going to be 50 million shares. No, less than that. Hold on a second. What do we have? We have 198 million, I think, roughly. 39.6 million shares, so basically 40. Just call it rounded. It's really close to 40 million shares. It's about 400 million worth of shares. Dr. Zayas says, while difficult, retail investors could band together, but would probably be a disaster. I mean, yeah.
Well, if we could actually make a change, they would make it illegal, so somehow.
Grant says that might stop the bullshit request for a meeting by some group that owns 117 shares. Yeah, I hear you. So again, this is all for proposal 4. So remember, 3 is basically making it so that we can vote, so that we can get more access to be able to make changes if we want to. 4 kind of prevents people from being able to go in and just hold any old meeting anytime they want to, unless they have 20% or more ownership. And then moving on to 5. Fly high and enjoy those. That was proposal 1. Proposal 1's the one where we get to decide whether or not we want to declassify our board. And if we declassify, we vote yearly on the board members, and you're more than welcome to choose which board members you don't want on the board once you do so, which is going to be section 2A, where we vote. 2A is going to be where if we declassify the board in proposal 1, on proposal 2A, you can choose to vote which members you want to be reinstated and which ones you don't. Proposal 5 is an approval of amendment to certificate of incorporation to expand the exculpation provisions to limit liability of certain officers. Now, this one is really interesting to me. Got so much negative press, like right off the get-go as soon as this came out. And I just want you to remember that this has nothing to do with the board members. This one has to do with officers of the company. A lot of people were under the assumption that we were giving some kind of ability for there not to be anybody to be able to be held liable on the board of directors, when in actuality that's not the case. They're amending it to be the board of directors and the officers. The additional portion being added to this is the and officer portion of this, and part of the reason for that is they're doing this to one, industry wide. They're trying to make it. Most companies now allow that for both directors and officers, so they're trying to be compliant with what industry standards are. And then 2, because they don't want anybody who's incoming, who's going to want to be a potential officer of the company, to feel like they can't make decisions that might need to be business decisions that are going to impact the company and either positively or negatively. So there basically says the personal liability of the directors and officers for monetary damages for breach of fiduciary duty as a director and or officer of the corporation is hereby eliminated to the fullest extent permitted by the DGCL. Any repeal or modification of this Article 9 shall not adversely affect any right or protection of a director or officer of the corporation existing hereunder with respect to any act or omission occurring prior to such repeal or modification. This doesn't make it open season for them to be fraudulent, guys. It's not what this is. It's giving them the ability to be able to make decisions and business decisions that they think at the time are good decisions, and not be held liable for making those business decisions. So just remember, again, this has nothing to do with the directors. Already have this. The board of directors already have this in there. They're just simply adding in the officers. And I don't know why so many people got that one wrong. Like they thought that they were trying to wash their hands of any kind of wrongdoing or something like that. It was like, wow, okay, well, that's not what it says. But one thing that I did highlight on this is limiting concern about personal risk would empower both directors and officers to best exercise their business judgment in furtherance of stockholder interests while minimizing the potential distraction posed by frivolous lawsuits and costs which are often borne by the company either directly through indemnification or indirectly through their higher insurance premiums. So we've seen a wide range of lawsuits that have already been hit on AMC, and some very, very frivolous. We already know that AMC settled and would have likely not had to pay anything in our most recent large litigation, which ended up yielding us some more shares back. But they chose to what's the word I'm looking for here? They chose to settle on it. But this may help. This may help with frivolous lawsuits, which we do know is one of the playbook moves by hedge funds to tie up a company. Con, it could reduce accountability. No, I don't think so. It doesn't. It doesn't take away accountability. I feel like too many people seem to think that this is a get out of jail free card, and that's not what this is. This is stating that, like, if they made a business decision that they thought at the time was a good decision, that you can't hold them accountable for trying to make a decision that they thought was. Now, if you're talking about fraud, this doesn't protect somebody against fraud, right? If somebody says, like, oh well, I thought hiring my brother to be the movie screen cleaner of the company, and I paid him $8 billion to clean screens. This doesn't protect you. This is not what that is. So I think somebody can still be held liable for fraudulent activities. It's just more of a, we want people the ability to be able to feel like they can make business decisions. Jizz stains. Oh boy. Why don't you just say it, Rugged, instead of writing it? Why do you make me say it? Oh man. Anyways, just realize, guys, that the proposal 5 is not the big key thing that I want you to know is that it's not for the directors. It's the directors already have this. This doesn't stop the directors from making bad decisions.
Just states. Sorry, I'm doing some work around the house, so I stepped away from my computer. But I listen to you in 2 spots at least.
Oh, does the bathroom give me any bonus points?
Oh, you better believe it.
I skipped the 10 o'clock numbers. I'll have to. We'll hit them up at 11. Because we only have actually, that's proposal 5, and I think really everything else after this is really kind of stuff that I'm not going to touch on, because they're going to have to be decisions that you're going to make. So number 6 is ratification of the appointment of the independent registered public accounting firm, Ernst & Young, otherwise known as EY. I have come out many times against the idea that Ernst & Young and one of our board of directors, who used to be a very long time insider of that company, sits on our board of directors and deals with our numbers. I don't know if I want to change that up now. I'm afraid of throwing a wrench into the cogs of something that's running good at any point at this time. So earnings are at 1 o'clock, Dario, on Wednesday.
1 o'clock?
Yep, Central Standard Time.
What?
Yep, and I will be streaming them here live.
Whoa, what are the implications of that? Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
no kidding, right?
It's going to get the Rally Power Hour. Oh, look at that now.
Do what you want in regards to ratification of appointment of Ernst & Young. Just know that while Ernst & Young is a very well accredited auditing firm, they also have a history of unsavory business practices. And all you have to do is do a search, do a news search for Ernst and Young, and see what you find. Some of it has actually disappeared. Some of the bigger problems that they had was prior or during COVID, and I haven't seen as many negative articles as I have from the past. But let me just tell you, yeah. Ice Cream says, if the books are clean, what are we worried about? I know. Yeah, that's my point.
They're bringing back the Ernest movie series, huh? Like Ernest goes camp. You said this one is Ernest is hung.
Wait, what?
Oh, my bad. You said Ernest likes them young. I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay, yeah, Ernst and Young. Ernst and Young. Man, I'm the darkest light bulb out of the box right now, man. All right. Also in regards to the next proposal, which has to do with this say on pay or compensation for staff. I'm not going to tell you what to think here. You do your own. There's so much in here. If you want to go through here and see what it is that how they're building their case on why they think that this is why the compensation is appropriate. You can take their word for it and go through here and read it and see what you think. But it says, I did highlight this. I said, while the failure of the 2022 Say on Pay vote was a major factor leading to the additional stockholder outreach, once the conversation started, we learned that our largest stockholders, while certainly holding opinions on executive compensation, were much more focused on corporate governance improvements they believe the company should pursue. See compensation discussion and analysis consideration of a Say on Pay results. For additional information on our specific responses to last year's Say on Pay vote, if you scroll down a little bit on this, they actually they go through a list of items, what they heard from the stockholders. Now, it was really interesting. They took. I wish they would have talked to retail shareholders, but that's not what they did. They got together a bunch of institutional holders, companies, and some of the biggest holders, and brought them in and said, okay, what do you think we should do? And so they came in there and they highlighted some of the things that they should change. So we can just go. There's just a few here. There's not a whole lot to go over, so I'm just going to read some of these off to you here. But what we heard from stockholders was concern regarding the lack of diversity on the board of directors. Well, I don't know if retail shareholders said that. They may have, but we know that's already changed. The board appointed 2 female directors to fill open seats, bringing female representation to 1/3 of the board. The nominating and corporate governance committee of the board adopted a policy on director candidate diversity to ensure consideration of diverse candidates for open board seats. Additional disclosure was included in the proxy statement regarding directors' self-identification of diverse characteristics. Then there was another one here. It says the shareholder said concern with the classified structure of the board, which is why they're getting us to declassify. Concerns with restrictions on stockholders' ability to take certain actions. The board has proposed and recommended that they change that proposal number 3 or 2. Yeah, no, 3. The board has approved bylaws setting forth procedures for stockholders to act by written consent, which is part of 4. The board has proposed a recommendation on amendment to our certificate of incorporation to remove the prohibition on stockholders' ability to call special meetings. That's 4, actually, right there. The board has approved bylaws setting forth the procedures for stockholders presenting 20% of the company's voting power to call a special meeting. So yeah, it's all stuff we talked about. Concerns regarding executive compensation. The compensation committee froze CEO base salary bonus opportunity in 2022 and all components of CEO compensation in 2023. The compensation committee froze the base salary and bonus opportunity of all NEOs in 2023. The compensation committee shifted the executive compensation pay mix back toward equity components to align with stockholders. The compensation committee returned to historical methodology for calculating equity grants, and the compensation committee adjusted the compensation peer group for 2023 to include additional peers utilized by proxy advisory firms. All those are in there, and then they go through a great detail of giving information as to why you might consider voting or approving the compensation. What's that? Yucca, what's going on, man? Good morning.
What's up? Good morning.
So that's proposal 7. That's the non-binding advisory vote. Remember, non-binding is the key term here, because everything else on this is everything else on this. I mean, they can we can say no, that we don't like the pay. Compensation, I say payment, the compensation for the executive officers, but they can still make it happen. It's just we've shown that we're not approving of it. But yeah, just remember that's non-binding. And then proposal 8, and this is the one where I already told you, where it's like this is the opportunity for the company to basically come in and be like, look, we didn't get enough yes votes on this, which simply could just be just not enough people voting. But we didn't get enough votes on this, and we want the ability to be able to elicit people to change their votes. So if our stockholders approve the adjournment, postponement, or continuation proposal, we could adjourn, postpone, or continue the annual meeting and any adjourned session of the annual meeting to use the additional time to solicit additional proxies in favor of the proposals, including the solicitation of proxies from stockholders that have previously voted against the proposal.
I don't know if I like the whole postpone.
Postpone? What part of postpone don't you like?
Yeah, well, I guess I'm trying to think of what would warrant postponing. What kind of vote in the affirmative would warrant if them not achieving that would warrant kind of postponing the postponement of a stockholder meeting.
Change in price? Significant?
Price change?
A significant price change.
Okay.
In other words, like maybe you might have a different feeling on a particular proposal if there were to be a huge price change. I'm just trying to give you an example because you're asking for one, but
sure, yeah. All right.
But
sure.
a significant change in price might change how you feel about, or there could be a significant event that occurs. What if we had? Oh my gosh, think of this. What if BlackRock came in and bought up like 25% of the total amount of shares, and they hadn't? Let's say, remember that said, what was it? Proposal 4, I think it is. It's the one where it talks about the was it 4 or 5? I'm melting them together here. Hold on a second. Let me drag back up here.
Well, if I can interject for a moment, I think BlackRock owns like 200% of AMC. They just can't tell us about it.
Okay, no, it's 4. Yeah, so proposal 4 is basically the one where it says like somebody has to own 20% in order to call a shareholder meeting, right? And so that might be one where you might go like, ooh, maybe they didn't get a yes on this, maybe they got no votes on 4, and price started rocketing up, and then suddenly some institution is. And they postponed it, right? They postponed the vote on this as price is rocketing up or something like that. Next thing you know, BlackRock's in ownership of 21%, 20.01% of the total amount of shares. That might change your view on how you would vote for item 4. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it will. I'm not saying that you have to change your mind because of that. I'm just saying you might change your mind if that were the case.
When I wonder, would that warrant like a special shareholder meeting, like calling of a special shareholder meeting by the board?
Well, if that's the case, then we better be voting for that sooner than later, right? I mean, that's a great reason I can think of that when you mention that. And again, I really didn't want to play what ifs because, I mean, I can think of tons of what ifs on both sides of this to where you could go like, okay, well, is there a situation where something like this would be bad? And it's like, well, yeah, but there's also goods. There's always good and bad with everything, right? There's never.
Yeah, I guess my thinking is comparing when would you call for a special board meeting as a board versus extending or postponing. Because I would think that the board would have the authority to do this stuff anyways. So
I don't like that either. I don't like the post part of it. The pone, I'm okay with it.
He's all about the pone because it's not spelled right. But damn it, no post.
Yeah, no post.
Yeah.
I almost envision it being like, almost like I'm trying to think of where that scenario would apply, and not to get the weeds, but I think of like what were they when they're sitting around as a board talking about putting these measures on the for us to vote on, what is driving these thoughts to put this on the proxy form here.
Wait, say that again. Why are they putting them on the?
Yeah, I guess I wonder sometimes. These are all there's a number of different things here, right? A number of different things about postponing and term length and all these like kind of like logistical administrative items here, right?
So a lot of it, I'm trying to look for the. There's a section in here where it actually talks about how they got together with the investment firms to discuss what kind of changes they could make. Let me see if I can find it real quick and I'll read it.
Unless, I guess I'm thinking about, well, there's that side. Now my mind's shifting already away from that thought and thinking about like Entera, for instance, and their, what they could have done with their rights and all that stuff. Entera. But anyways, yeah. Also, let me try not to go too ADD here.
I'm trying to get to the section where it talks about that.
I mean, I think all organizations around the world, as good as any organization is around the world, they all have like good, kind of housekeeping that needs to be done with regard to making sure their I's are dotted and their T's are crossed. And this is just some housekeeping stuff that's been on a back burner. We don't necessarily know. I think a big part of it is that they want to avoid maybe business disruption. And the most recent catalyst of this is being that stuff that went down, I think, in the spring with, I think that this left a bad taste in the board's mouth as far as, how certain activities happened that, the vote, yes vote, no vote, all that BS and stuff. And maybe that sort of planted in their minds this need to put in some measures or something. I don't know. I know I'm still beating this dead horse, but this is kind of why I kind of like the idea of having them release, like the board have a released video or something kind of explaining, because it's sometimes hard to glean from just the words on these forms that we're trying to sift through. When, as shareholders, wouldn't you want to kind of explain to your shareholders, what your motive is for putting certain things on to be voted on? To me, that just kind of makes sense.
What are they, I'm a talker. Right? You guys would probably say, yeah, Casey, you're a talker. I'm a talker, and one thing that I've always learned is that, and I always have to remind myself when it comes to like an interviewing process. And I know this, you're going like, what the hell does this have to do with an interview? Let me get there. The idea is that saying less is more, right? When you give an answer in an interview, very oftentimes the more detailed you get into what it is that you're saying, the more you have the ability for doubt and questioning of your held position, right? And if people can't ask you questions, and they only simply have to just take your answer, and you leave them with lingering questions about your answers, then you're less likely to have a favorable outlook on your position, which is why they always say less is more when it comes to answering interview questions. In this particular case, the company's doing a video where they don't have a question and answer session, and they just simply go in and just state everything it is that you can read in the first place. Less is more. The less they have to say, the less you have to question. Maybe they believe that that would only, and I don't know this. Maybe they haven't even. It could just be simply a matter of they never thought of doing it before. But maybe they feel like they would be more likely to get yes votes by not saying anything, and let you just decide.
Yeah.
Here it is. I think it's page 36, maybe. It's really close to that. All right, I think I found the spot that I'm looking for here. Give me 1 second as I scroll down to it. Oh, here we go. This is, I forget what page this is. Page 43, I think it is, on the proxy material. In the view of the compensation committee, management successfully undertook major initiatives to reduce. One second, I'll put this back on the page over here. In this section right here. In the view of the compensation committee, management successfully undertook major initiatives to reduce and control costs, raise additional capital, restructure substantial portion of the company's debt, renegotiate arrangements with studios and landlords, operate theaters safely, promote attendance, and lay the groundwork to seek opportunities to diversify the business. These initiatives were essential to preserving the company's business and stockholder value at a critical time for the company. The unprecedented challenges facing our industry and the recognition that retain of the company's leadership was one of the most critical issues facing the company required the compensation committee remain flexible in its approach to executive compensation. Consequently, the compensation committee made a number of strategic decisions during 2022 that it believes were reasonable and necessary. I feel like this isn't the right section now. You know what? I thought I found the right section, and I think this is not it now. Son of a gun. Never mind. I thought that was the right section. It wasn't it. I'm trying to find the specific section in here where it talks about where they got together with... I should have highlighted it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it or not, but... I'm not going to find it. Maybe it was early on. One of the things that we were talking about earlier, and I don't think I went back to go find it, was which committees each one of the individual board members sit on. We were talking about Dr. Sage, and he sits on 2 boards, and he is a chairperson for one of them. One of them being the compensation. He's a chairperson on the compensation board, and he's a member on the auditing board. So he does sit on two different boards. One of the least sitting members on any. Everybody's got 2 now. It didn't used to be that way, where every person sat on at least two board. Actually, you know what? There used to be some of them on here that used to sit on all 3 boards. That's no longer the case, apparently. Dr. Zayas, I'm looking for this. There was a spot in here, I thought it was on the Proxy material, where they were talking about pulling together a shareholders, but it was institutional shareholders, to come up with recommendations on changes that needed to be made and how they went about going through that process. And I can't find it. Which I think part of I think what a lot of us would like to see is that they would have actually pulled retail investors for some discussion on perhaps on what kind of changes we wanted to see. This is it right here. It's this section. So it says, in response to the low participation rates and significant unfavorable votes cast at the 2022 annual meeting of stockholders, the company undertook meaningful effort following last year's annual meeting to conduct outreach to substantial stockholders in order to solicit feedback on a number of topics, including executive compensation and corporate governance. During the past year, members of the senior management and independent members of the board held meetings with the company's largest stockholders on a broad range of corporate governance topics, which I think is really interesting because retail doesn't fit in here, apparently, on any part of this. During 2022, even though we're 90% shareholders, we don't fit the bill here. During 2022, institutional investors held only 25... only held 25 to 30% of our total outstanding stock, with the balance held by retail investors. Meetings were requested with all institutional investors holding more than 1% of our outstanding stock, and held with institutional investors holding approximately 12% of our stock in the aggregate. These meetings yielded a highly constructive, thoughtful, and productive dialogue on all sides. As a result, the company has undertaken a number of actions to specifically address concerns raised by stockholders, which I think is, these aren't the people who they should have been talking to. Like, they should have been talking to us. So, that was kind of interesting. I've seen another breakdown of the meeting minutes, or I'm not sure if it was the meeting minutes or if it was it seemed like it was a much more detailed breakdown. I don't think it's in the proxy materials here, but I did see the breakdown on that those meetings that were held with those institutions that at the time held 25 to 30%. But I think if you're going to do a stockholder outreach, you need to do it with the 70% group. So that's just my opinion. Maybe not the 1%ers of the 25 to 30%. So, but it's that's not gonna. I still think that some of those changes that were made are not necessarily bad changes either, though. So. All right, it's 11 o'clock. I'm going to take a look at the numbers. I'm going to go to break. I thought I was going to go earlier this morning because I'm actually feeling a lot better than I was earlier this morning. It really kind of comes in waves. So I just got to, when I'm feeling it, I'm feeling it. So I'm probably going to take my temperature and figure out how sick I am right this second. The really weird thing about this current sickness that I have is that every time I've had a temperature that's like 101.5, I feel great. And then when my temperature gets down... Huh?
How are you taking your temperature?
With a
Where do you
thermometer?
think so, Eric?
With a thermometer?
Yeah, where?
Up where?
On my forehead?
Oh.
It's a laser. It's an infrared.
So you just point at it?
Yeah, you just point at your forehead and it shoots you in the head and says, "Oh, this is how hot you are."
So, is that how they do it? Like they just bang you over and then open your cheeks and they point at it?
No.
With the laser?
No.
What am I missing?
None of that. My forehead, man.
Oh, forehead. I didn't hear that part.
Forehead. Yep.
Well, I'm glad you're feeling better. The butt drugs are working.
Yeah. Well, I didn't take any drugs yet this morning, so we'll see. All right. Let's do numbers. What do you think, huh? Numbers?
I think so. I have a comment though before you do the numbers.
Go for it.
I just I'm against them getting a pay increase because we haven't gotten paid yet. They've gotten paid many times. You know what I'm saying? And we haven't gotten paid. So that's just my opinion.
Anytime somebody has a comment, I'm going to take the other side to it, regardless of whether or not it's a positive or a negative comment. And it's only because I think that both sides need to be represented. And I would say this: if you were running a let's say you had started a brand new business and you wanted to be as successful as possible, would you want to have a pay structure that would promote some of the most talented individuals to work for your company or stay with your company, or would you want a pay structure that's lacking and nobody wants to be a part of what it is that you're doing? Let me ask you a better question. Do you work better or harder when you get paid more? Or less?
Oh, wait a minute though. Yes, I work well. Sometimes you can get complacent.
Sure.
Because
Oh
the
yeah,
pay is there
absolutely.
already.
Absolutely. I totally
So-
get that. I get that.
So
Yeah.
so maybe like okay, it's a possibility that you can get a pay increase. Yes, we approve it, but they need to increase the revenue at a certain amount, like kind of like a target. And once you reach that, then you can retro. What is it like? Go back and have them get their pay increase, like retro. What is it called? I forgot. Not retro. Not retrofit. That's for homes. Retroactive pay.
Yes. Yeah. Retroactive pay.
Yeah. So that's how I would.
You're
It's kinda
talking
like
about
a commission, kind of like a commission base. The more you sell, the more money you make, and everybody's happy.
Yeah. You do realize that's what the compensation package is based off of, right?
Okay.
I don't know if you know that or not, but it is based off of
I don't know.
performance.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's
Hey,
not.
Casey?
Yeah.
I know I don't know enough about this. This is why I'm just bringing this up. We're voting. We voted on. I'll say it. I voted on yes for the compensation packages, but I wonder about, since it's with these public companies, what's to have the shareholders have a say on like hourly worker. Like what about their salary? Like their working hours. Like how come we don't get a say on that versus say on the board members and everybody else?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's just, I'm not putting that out there.
Yeah, because they're the ones actually moving the wheels, right? Like in the front of everybody, in the front of the customers. They're the ones making the customers wanting to come back.
Yeah, I would
That
love
makes
to
me
try and
sense.
disagree with this, but I really like what it is that you're saying, and I'm having a hard time coming up with an explanation as to why that's not the case. I don't know.
That's that's operations.
Yeah, it's operate. So that's why we have control over the I like to refer to them as the governance, but I like to refer to them as the carpet walkers. They have governance over those who are underneath them. So they are supposed to be setting things up to make things so that it's the other way around. It's like they always say, like, shit rolls downhill, right? Well, it's supposed to be the other way around too. When things are doing good, it's supposed to, they're supposed to reward their employees and pay them better and everything like that too. So it's supposed to work both directions.
I guess I'm just saying I have doubts that the corporate structure really incentivizes raising the bar, like in terms of rewarding the base employees. Like. What I'm saying is, if the board members and all these other people, they're paid in like shares and everything else, right? That's like based on maybe price or like also like the performance of the company. I know we know some corporate companies that actually like give shares to employees, and I don't know. I don't work for AMC, so I don't know. But I don't know. I just wish that shareholders would be able to be a little bit more involved in making sure that the lower employees are taken care of.
Yeah. I would like to see that too.
Here we go. I was going to try really hard not to jump in
Before
here
you do, Pirate, I got to say something to you real quick. Do you remember the Griswolds?
Absolutely.
And do you remember what they didn't get one year that caused chaos to unfold?
Yeah, the Christmas bonus that he so anticipated.
Yeah, it caused so much frustration and problems for him, didn't it? Entire movies are made about the idea that people don't get their bonuses, and I think when people say that money doesn't cause people to find happiness, I tend to, and I know happiness is such a convoluted word to use, because what is true happiness? But I can tell you, when people aren't struggling, they're a little bit more happy, and so I would tend to say that when people are being compensated for performance and adequately being compensated, they tend to be more happier than when they aren't being. When you don't get something when you don't see anything monetarily for your hard efforts.
Well, I'm glad to see that you fell victim to what I've done with you, because that wasn't the argument I was going to make. So, I guess just based on my last comment, I guess that you assumed that that's where I was going to go. No, I was really coming at it from a different situation. I just would caution everyone to remember that the running of a company is no different than Well, let's just put it this way. Where do you draw the line on what you let retail decide? I mean, at some point in time, you hire managers because of their skill set to operate a company, whether it's a trucking company, an airline, or whatever it is. So I think it's just a little bit naive to think that the stockholders of the airlines should be intimately involved in the day-to-day decision-making for a company as it pertains to salaries or pricing or any of those things. I just think it's naive.
Pirate, can I say that I've watched a video about they were a supervisor and they worked for like 3 or 4 years at AMC, and they weren't satisfied with long term staying around. And I know that's only one person's perspective, right? But and I sent that to Adam, and he actually replied, said he looked into it and stuff. He looked into it and everything. I'm just saying that I just think that long term, and also, I mean, if you get examples like that, and I just,
I'm just trying to say that's why it's all the more imperative to hire qualified managers and qualified people, because you can't run a company like a democracy. It doesn't work that way any more than you can run a battleship by taking votes on what you're going to do minute by minute. You need the most qualified individual who understands that the challenges before them and the requirements, and then they're the ones who make the determinations on a myriad of subjects, including compensation. So I would just caution you that it slips into I understand the desire for fairness and want to have a better world and all of that. I'm just saying it's impossible to run a company by popular vote. That's all I was going to say.
And I was going to say with KC and stuff, you know, there's a lot of employees and stuff like that don't get bonuses or Christmas bonuses or anything, you know. So, and then again with the management, you want to keep good management, and the employee testimony that I saw looked like he was a decent employee. I have no idea because I can't watch him do his job and everything, but yeah, I have reservations on that. So.
Well, I really, I mean, remember it's non-advisory, guys, right? Like, regardless of whether or not we vote yes or no on this, they're still gonna do what they're gonna do. So.
Yeah, and I'm saying I voted yes. I know that doesn't matter because you're talking about advisory, so yeah. I voted yes. But I'm just having an open discussion about whether the lower parts of the company are also being taken care of.
Yeah, I just I don't see any need for us to get our jock straps in a bundle over this when what did somebody say something?
You said jock strap.
Well, I didn't want to say panties because I mean some of us aren't wearing panties, so.
Well, that's what you think.
Yeah. Speaking of which, did you guys hear about the red panty football gate going on right now? I thought that was pretty funny. You guys didn't see this? None of you guys are even responding. Oh my gosh! Hold on a second. I feel like I need to pull this up now, like this guy did with his pants. Hold on a second here. Sexy red thong exposed. Hold on a second here. Let's see if we can find this. Oh no. Oh, this is terrible. It's just absolutely terrible. Who does this? So I guess it was NFL fans joked a member of the Philadelphia Eagles coaching staff was wearing a red thong in their clash with the Dallas Cowboys. So if you watch the video, he gets knocked over and is in the process of picking himself back up. And as he's picking himself back up, he's his undergarments are exposed, the top portion of them, and a lot of people are saying that they were red thongs, which I don't know. I'll let you guys be the judge. I don't know why this isn't going backwards.
That looks like he's wearing women's underwear with the backside cut out.
Oh, here we go. An hour ago, he says that was not the case. He denied it.
He's in denial.
Yeah.
Definitely in denial. It's all right.
I don't want to show it. Whatever. Anyways.
Numbers time.
Numbers time. Let's see here. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so all those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the Big Tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account from getting in there. And if you do set that up, make sure that you have a secondary device set up in case something should happen to the primary device. Hold on a second here. All right, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have 61.52% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 7.24. The combined total on that 68.76%, which is 6.76% higher than I would expect it to be. 999 shares going through CHX on AMC. GME's CHX volume for the day-to-day is sitting at 100 shares. Nothing unusually large on either of those two. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 98,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day-to-day. And I know the numbers are all jacked up on the screen right now, but I'll fix it probably later for tomorrow. Borrowed change amount now is showing up at a return of about 611,000 shares. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to drop to 6.42%. Options, highest amount of call volume for the day-to-day was, last time we checked it, was at a $12.50 strike. I haven't checked it for about 2 hours. And it is now at a $13 strike. We went from 1.1 thousand contracts at 12.5 to 2,000 contracts at 13. Highest amount of puts volume for the day-to-day is coming in at a $10 strike. It was 400 contracts as of 2 hours ago. It's now 582 contracts. I'm just going to put 0.6. Close enough. Very, very low quantities of volume in the options in the derivatives today. It's just really, really, really low volume for AMC. MMRI an hour ago was at 303.56. It's now 303.1, just slightly down from where it was earlier. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two that I'm looking for on this list. AMC did make the list here, but we have a 53.28% buy to 46.72% sell ratio, which is not great. I usually don't like it to see it less than 60-40. GME is not on this list. Trigger price for SSR is at $9.65. Shares available to borrow is sitting at 3.2 million shares. From earlier, they did borrow an additional 100,000 shares, putting us at a total of 2.2 million shares borrowed so far for the day-to-day. Fees are at 0.6%. NASDAQ is up 0.13, Dow Jones is up 0.14, SP 500 is up 0.08. We have 3,729 decliners to 2,203 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing. I don't think I wrote down this number earlier, so I'm not sure what it was before. I think it's less advancing now than it was an hour ago or 2 hours ago. Taking a look at the big bank movers for the day today, only going to read anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater. We have FRC down 48.48%. PacWest is down 2.73%. Let's see what else we got going on here. Big shift in the direction on these. Western Alliance down 2.71%. And that's it. Ethereum Classic is up 2.5% and consolidating. US dollar is up 0.01 and consolidating. Oil is down 2.03, trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.54 to 0.62 and slight trends down. SPY is up 0.1 and trending down. VIX is up 1.21 and trending down. VBR is down 0.87 and consolidating. VB is down 0.98, consolidating. Tesla is down 0.9, trending down. Amazon is up 0.89, trending down. Cinemark is down 6.23 and starting to consolidate after a downtrend. Doge is up 4.6% and trending up. Bitcoin is down 0.12, trending down. GME is down 1.12 and consolidating. HYMC is up 4.34, trending up. NCMI is up 0.48, consolidating. Hood is down 0.41 and consolidating. And AMC is up 5.04% and on a slight downtrend. Maybe some consolidation kind of occurring, looks like as well. Not entirely certain that this is a bullish triangle that's forming right now, but it does, because it looks like the tendencies right now is for price to break down below this level of support, which is currently occurring. So if we see this breakout right here, which is this really strong breakout to the bottom side, we may see price run down a little bit here. We want to look for this to hold if possible. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. There's approximately $2 million more outflow than inflow. 12.51 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 172 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 28.36 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market that we would see somewhere between 20 and 40 million. Looks like we're on pace for that. It's going to be on the low side, but we are on pace. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 69.37, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI 66.66, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 64.45 or 65, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI 53.2, which is just slightly above average. And looks like we got some news here. With that, I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the big tramp. Don't care about that. Okay, never mind. Any other questions about? I have not taken my medications yet. Thank you for reminding me, but I'm going to go to break here in just a minute, so I'll take them then. Gina says, I don't wear a jock strap. Well, that's good. I guess. You should try it sometime. Tech We Love says, I think employees of publicly traded companies should always have a portion of what they are owed paid in shares, even partial share or one. Yeah, Pranav, I think there was a global market margin call. If you want to look into it, both at market open, right after market open, and when I opened up the live stream earlier this morning, I went and covered why I think that's the case. I'm not even going to comment on that, Gina. If you're a nurse, you know what putting on your big girl panties means. Oh man, are those like those big diaper looking things? I bet that's what it is. We do have some new posts from AMC theaters. Witness the rise of a legend. Tickets for Napoleon are on sale now. I've heard several different people express that they can't wait to see that. New posts. Major Man, how's it going?
Hey, man. How are you guys doing?
I've had better days, but I'm all right. I'm hanging in there.
Yeah, you're a trooper, Casey. I'm telling you, man.
Yeah,
I know it was hard for you, but
this morning was rough.
Thank you for showing up.
This morning was really rough, let me tell you. I feel a lot better now, but man, I was oof.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and I have to tell you, I mean, I was, I hated that you were sick. But those couple of days, and it's funny when you're part of a family and all of a sudden your family has to go to the store and get something and then they don't come back for a couple of days, you start missing them. So anyway, hey, Casey, I'm coming to New Braunfels for, my girlfriend, his family's from New Braunfels during Christmas time. We're going to be there for like a week. And I didn't know how many gals are around that area, but I didn't know if anybody wanted to get together for, a drink. I know it's the holidays, but I was thinking maybe, something quick, maybe a lunch or something somewhere, but just, keep that in mind. I'd love to meet some of you guys.
Oh yeah, New Braunfels. It's unfortunate that you're coming this late. I mean, they had the Oktoberfest already, so you're like.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Are you coming this month or next month?
It'll be December. We're coming Christmas.
Okay.
The week of Christmas.
Yeah, well, I'm sure I could probably meet you somewhere. I don't know if anybody else lives down that direction, but I'm sure we could probably get something together and have some people meet up and stuff. That'd be fun.
Oh yeah, have you ever been to Green?
No, I have not.
Okay, look up Green. It's Grune. It's It's in New Braunfels. It's a community where I think George Strait used to play at the Green Theater or whatever they call it. But anyway, that's where I want to say that John Travolta did one of his scenes in one of his movies at the dance hall there. But,
Okay, yeah.
It's a really cool place. They have a lot of neat shops and shopping. Your wife would absolutely love it. But Gruene, pronounced green.
I'm looking at it and I'm trying to remember. I know
That's about 5 minutes from her house.
It's Green Hall.
That's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. I remember having
oldest-
gone someplace, but I didn't
oldest hon-
get it.
I think it's the oldest honky tonk in Texas, Casey. It's Petro.
What is
Good
that?
morning, by the way.
What is
Good morning.
what does honky tonk mean?
It's
Honky
old-
tonk.
In America, I think it's one of the oldest halls ever in America, or something like that. Green Hall.
What does that mean?
So-
I don't know what that means.
Like a rock, like a country, a dive bar. Is
okay.
Basically, the best thing. Honky
Yeah.
tonk, where you get live music and beer and dance and kind of,
Yeah, when you walk in, all the stars that have been there and played there, have their signed photographs on the wall. It's a big deal. But it's a cool place, man. Really cool.
When are you looking at? What's the time frame? Do you know?
I will. Let's see. I am thinking. Let me look.
I got their calendar pulled up right now, and I'm just looking at the different.
like I've seen Pat Green play there. I've seen the Toadies play there. It's just very intimate. It's just old, historic. It's right on the river. It's right on the Comel River.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. I get there Friday the 22nd. Thursday the 21st, and I'll be there through Tuesday. Let's see. I want to say Tuesday the 26th. So, and then we have to come back. Come back to Mississippi. So, but I figured, maybe. I don't know, Friday, Saturday, Thursday. It doesn't matter to me. I'm flexible.
The 22nd and 23rd have. Let's see. We have Cody Canada and The Departed is playing that night, and then there's also the Jason James Band.
that'll be sold out. Cody Canada. Yeah. That's that whole country, Texas country. That'll be sold out.
And then Kevin Fowler's Deck the Dance Halls tours on the 23rd.
Right.
Yeah, I want to say Cody Canada lives down the street from my girlfriend's parents. I think that's he's from New Braunfels, right?
Yes, he is. Yes,
yeah,
he is.
Yeah, he lives right down the street from my girlfriend's parents.
A lot of those guys do, like Pat Green. They're all from Texas, like Pat Green. Who else am I thinking of? Randy Rogers. Those type Texas country. Yeah.
Yeah, but I figured if we can get together, it'd be great. So even if we can't do something like that, get together for lunch or what have you. We'll figure it out.
Oh yeah, sounds good. Let's do that.
But I'm glad that. Well, I guess you're not feeling better, but I'm
Well-
glad you're up straight and walking.
I'm feeling better than I was last week. That's for sure. So that's.
Oh yeah,
it's a good thing.
Tim. Well, I just wanted to throw it on your calendar and see if anybody wanted to get together. I sure would love to meet some of you guys.
Yeah, it sounds like
And
fun.
gals.
My wife loves getting
Absolutely.
out, so we did. I don't remember how many years back it was. A couple years ago, we went on a trip to Colorado. It was a quick 1 week trip kind of thing, or it was actually only a couple days, but we went for a couple day trip to Colorado for some quick snow visit, and then we had so much fun that my sister-in-law and brother-in-law want to do it again, and so they were trying to talk us into flying out like the the second week of December to Colorado.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know if we're gonna do that or not, because right now round trip ticket for us is $100. Because is Hayden in here? Is he in here this morning?
Oh my, that's cheap.
Oh yeah, it's really cheap. But Hayden will laugh his butt off because it's off of those those really cheap flights through that airline called Frontier, where we fly off our back patio right after we get done.
Metro, this is pirate. Are you gonna pick up the tab and buy a 1 round beer?
Absolutely, I will.
Well, listen, I'm not gonna be able to make it. Can you just Venmo me the cash?
I can sure damn do it, pirate. I trust you.
All right, well, I'll look for that $6 in there. Anytime, now just mark me down.
Did you watch them Bengals last night, pirate?
Oh yeah, Mrs. Pirate did. Yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah. You see how fast he changed the subject from mailing me my $6, right?
Oh yeah, well I'll send it to you, pirate. I promise.
All right.
I'm a man of my word.
Check's in the mail.
Check is in the mail. Oh. Well, anyway, I'll let you go, Casey. I know you want to take a break, so
sounds good, man.
I'm gonna get off here and get back to doing my thing.
Hopefully, I won't have anything that interferes with that. That's why I was bringing that trip to Colorado up, because I'm not sure what the dates are on that are, but.
Oh yeah. Hey, listen, I would much rather go to Colorado and come see me. I promise you. But if you're going to be in town, it would be great you can meet my girlfriend, and we can all have a drink. Now, even though Green is, we can't get into the dance hall. There's a lot of good shops around there, and there's places to sit down, have a glass of wine, have a beer, what have you. But it's a really neat place. So check it out. It is cool.
Oh yeah, my wife. I'm sure she would love that.
Oh yeah.
Oh wait. It would have to be wait. Hold on a second here. I got to do some math. 1.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. She's off the 23rd, so the 22nd or the 23rd would work because she's off that night. So that works.
Okay.
Yeah, that works.
Okay. All right. Let me look at those 2 dates just to make sure there's nothing that they've thrown in the mix as far as family. But usually the first couple of days we get down there, we're just twiddling our thumbs.
Yeah.
So all right. Well, sounds good. I'll let you know.
Sounds good, man. Take care.
I'll let everybody know. So. And Pirate, I'll come down and visit you and buy you a drink firsthand.
Let me know when you're coming so I make sure I'm not home.
Are you you're near Pensacola, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm pretty close to Pensacola, Dustin, that whole Panhandle area right there.
Oh yeah. I used to be down there all the time. I used to sell to all the pool dealers down there. I worked for Matronics. We made the Dolphin robotic pool cleaner.
Right.
And I had all those accounts down there, but times are rough. And both of the plants are located in Israel.
I've actually got a story about Medtronics.
I've thought about getting a robotic pool, but Mrs. Pirate has 2 pool boys on our payroll already.
I love my Dolphin.
But the pool's still dirty, so I may have to go ahead and get the robot as well. I guess maybe with a robot and the 2 pool boys, I can get this pool cleaned up.
Yeah, you'll never go back, Pirate.
Everybody loves their Dolphin. If anybody's got any questions, let me know. I can help you.
I'm always looking for parts for mine.
I'll tell you what. Message me, and and I'll tell you what. Just take a pic of your serial number, and it's on the inside of the. Take out the basket, and you'll see it inside on the wall. Just take a picture of that and send it to me on Messenger on Discord.
Okay. Thanks.
And I'll let you know how to find some parts for it.
Thanks, man.
And heck, I may have some left over in my shop. I just left June.
Yeah.
So
yeah, we pulled the trigger on an actual wireless one, and
the Liberty.
No, the Ape Pro, Seagull Pro, or something
Oh,
like that.
gotcha.
So yeah, we had that for a while. Then we had it for 4 months, and it crapped out. So we just got the warranty one. We just got the warranty one back.
Yeah, technology on those wireless aren't really where they should be right now.
I know. Yeah.
Although they're selling the heck out of them, but yeah, holler at me and I'll see it because I may have some parts left in my shop, depending on what you got.
Do. Sounds good.
All right, sounds great.
Thank you, Midro. Appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. All right, gang. Well, I'll let y'all go, and,
Wait,
and I'll be here.
Before you go, real quick, you said it was Medtronics?
No, it's May.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
MAY.
Okay, never mind.
Tronics. Yeah, I was the regional business manager for the South. You know, all of Florida, Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, and you know they had to make some cutbacks, and it's been a tough few years for us because of parts. And it was just a struggle. And they said, "Hey, any of you guys want to take an early severance?" I said, "Me," because you know I'm 60 years old. You know, I'm tired of traveling. I've been doing it for 35 years.
Yeah.
So they took good care of me, and you know, and I'm kind of semi-retired, to be honest with you. So
well, that's good. Enjoy your time.
Oh yeah. Now, you know, it's just we'll see how that works out. My girlfriend keeps telling me I need to get a job. Oh, anyway.
That's why she's your girlfriend.
Well, Casey, enjoy your break. Guys, I'll holler at you. And who was that talking to me that needs parts?
It's Petro.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Send me a message and I'll get you taken care of.
All right, guys.
Will do. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome, gang. I'll talk to y'all soon.
I'm going to head to break.
Sorry.
I'll see you guys in a little bit. Yeah. See you guys in a little. Let me put the message up on the screen here for you guys. I'm going to come back at 12:15. I'll see you guys in a bit.
first flight of the Orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
All right, so let's take a look at what's going on here. We have the VIX up 1.61%. We've got SPY down 0.15 and taking a pretty big dump as well. So it's not just AMC. In fact, SPY has been down most of the day and is taking that large drastic drop right now. With AMC, as AMC is moving down as well. AMC is not the only one. We did crawl down that backside of that Bollinger Band pretty heftily. Excuse me, volume's up. As we did come down, we should see the price moving back towards a simple moving average. The dump. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here for numbers, though. I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen here. Let me just check and see what you guys are saying. Roseanne, I just got an appointment scheduled set up for tomorrow. And yes, I've had a temperature since Wednesday of last week. All right. What am I doing? What's next? I can't remember what I was doing. Taking you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the Big Tramp backup on the screen again. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do set that up, if your broker allows you to have a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, not a bad idea to set that up, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. All right. I know Ortex is jacked up right now, guys. I'll try and fix it tonight before tomorrow's live stream. But let's see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect off exchange to be, what time is it? 12? 63% combined between off exchange and EDGX. We have about 60.33% going through off exchange, and EDGX is sitting at 7.45. For a grand total 67.78%. That is 4.78% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 1,380. Nothing unusually large there. GME's CHX volume is at 300. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 611,000 shares having been returned for the day-to-day. It's now 626,000 shares. It's not too much of a change. It's going to keep that estimated short share interest of the free float right at 6.42. And cost to borrow min is at 0.77, average is 0.9, and max 6.17. Total amount of shares on loan for the day over day was increased by 830,000 shares. One thing I forgot to look up earlier this morning was how much of a change that was in terms of shares in short interest. Give me 1 second. I'm going to try and pull that up real fast because I just realized I didn't have it written down. It's 3.8. Of that 830,000 shares having been borrowed, 316,000 of it was in new short interest. Options. Highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago was sitting at a $13 strike. Bet those are feeling kind of crappy right now. Tell you, man, gotta watch out for those options. They'll catch you. Easy low-hanging fruit for institutions to collect on your money. At a $13 strike, yes, there was 2,000 contracts an hour ago. There is now 4.2 thousand contracts in volume. And on puts, the highest amount of put volume has been at a $10 strike. There was 600 contracts an hour ago. It's now 634 contracts. Not really much of a change on that. We do have a runner-up showing up at $8 on volume. MMRI an hour ago was at 303.1. It's now 303.54. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. AMC is on here with a 53.43% buy to 46.57% sell ratio. And I do not see GME on the list. SSR trips today at $9.65. Shares available to borrow sitting at 3.2 million shares. Looks like there was another 100,000 shares haven't been borrowed. Is that right? 1, 2. No, that's not correct. They only returned shares in the last hour. So for the day-to-day, we've seen about 2.2 million shares borrowed. NASDAQ is down 0.22. Dow Jones is down 0.04. The S&P 500 is down 0.15. We have 3,976 decliners to 1,995 advancers. The market's on fire. Look out, hot lava below. Don't burn your feet because it is looking really hot in a bad kind of way. Big bank movers for the day. I'm only going to read off anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater. We've got FRC down 50%. Pac West is down 3.7. First Horizon down 2.57. Bank of California down 3.14. Western Alliance is down 3.25. And those are the biggest of the movers. Ethereum Classic is up 1.66 and trending down. US dollar is up 0.09 and trending up. Oil is down 3.79 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.54 to 0.6 and starting to, well, one of them is consolidating, the other one's starting to trend up. SPY is down 0.14 and trending down. VIX is up 2.35% and trending up. VBR is down 1.24 trending down. VB is down 1.43 trending down. Tesla is down 2.09 trending down. Amazon is up 0.48 trending down. Cinemark is down 7.3 trending down. Doge is up 5.93 and trending up. Bitcoin is down 0.39 and trending down. GME is down 2.24 trending down. HYMC is up 3.43 trending down. NCMI is down 1.69 trending down. Hood is down 1.03 trending down. And AMC is up 1.49 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day, we have $3.5 million more outflow than inflow. 15.18 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after 238 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 24.87 million shares traded by the end of the day-to-day. I suggested somewhere between 20 and 40 million. It looks like we're going to hit that. On a 4-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.15, which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.55, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator currently occurring, RSI at 44.16, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 28.95, signaling oversold. And that quick burst of a move really caused the RSI to cool off quite quickly. Earlier this morning, I told you guys that we needed to see price not touch the baseline for the 1-hour time interval. And as you can see here, we just touched the baseline on the 1 hour time interval right here. So this is going to set up a little bit of a sell signal for some short-term investors, and you can see that this is, we already had a primary test of the conversion back here, breaking back up, and then a secondary test of the conversion, and then a subsequent failure through the conversion and touching on the base a secondary time here. That more than likely will lead to downwards momentum to try and push the price down below this. Going into tomorrow, that's going to be somewhere right around that $10.50 range. Simply an options trap. How do you screw people out of the most money you possibly can? Max pain is $10. Oh, Biden is speaking? Great. Are we in World War III yet? I laugh, but it's more of a fearful kind of laugh. I'm going to join back into the back of the Big Tramp again here. And they're off. Let's see. Hayden's back here. Hayden, how you doing today? I should say Max Deep Thrust.
I think he just checked out. I might be wrong.
That's too bad. No, he's still showing up.
Said
Max.
something about hunting himself up a pickleball game.
Okay. Max Deep Thrust. I hope his phone is playing this live so that everybody in his pickleball group hears his DP name. Max DP Thrust.
Maybe need to get a jersey, a pickleball jersey with his name on the back.
Double pickle?
Yeah, just DP.
He only plays doubles in pickleball, right? Is pickleball played? It is. Is it played with just one person?
No, they have doubles.
You guys play with you like to play pickle fight?
I mean, I have never played before, so but it looks interesting.
What is it, like sword fighting?
Are you curious? Do you really want to know?
I don't know what that is.
I know. You seem curious.
I am curious,
I
but
can
I'm not
tell.
gonna play it.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
When I grew up, we would play on the sidewalk with two baseball gloves, and we would spread apart, and that guy would try to run between us, and that was called pickle. We'd play pickle. I don't understand how they got pickleball out of this whole paddle thing, but kind of like when you catch a guy on a baseball game and he get caught trying to steal a base, and they throw the ball back and forth, and he tries to beat it. We would make a game out of that called pickle. Right. I'm not quite sure where this whole concept of pickleball with the paddles comes from.
Hey, I just want to
remember an episode. Go ahead.
No, please go ahead.
I just remembered an episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm. I don't know if you know that show.
Yes.
You do. You know Leon?
I don't know
that show, Leon.
No, I don't know any of the names of the characters.
Okay. Yeah, no, he was explaining to what's his name? Damn it. The creator of the show.
Mm-hmm.
Not Jerry.
The
what's
old
the other
dude.
guy's name?
The old dude.
Bald guy.
Larry David.
Yeah.
Larry David. There you go. He was explaining to Larry David.
I got you, man.
Well, I guess Larry David was trying to hook up with a girl in the show, and Rosie O'Donnell was actually trying to hook up with that girl as well in the show. So Leon says, "Hey, man, you can't just let her get the girl. We're men. You have a bat and balls. Women have what? Gloves. They catch what? What do they catch? the balls with the gloves. So go after the girl, and it's because they were playing baseball, and Rosie O'Donnell was also playing baseball. It's hilarious, and this whole thing, I don't know why that came. There you go.
Yeah.
But this whole pickle thing, I don't know how my mind works.
Yeah.
Brought up that episode.
Sometimes
Larry
I don't
David
either.
was one of the co-creators from the Seinfeld show. He helped
Yeah.
Jerry Seinfeld write Seinfeld show.
I love that, man. I like.
He's a funny dude, man.
Enthusiasm,
Very
yeah.
funny. Very funny dude, man.
And it's based off his real life. All these things, all these episodes.
Are you guys subscribed to Joe Pounce's YouTube channel?
Oh yeah, he's the next Larry David. Yep.
Huh?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I am.
I didn't even know Sir Joseph the Brave had it. So
Yeah,
channel.
Joe
I need
Pounce
to look at that.
So
Yeah, he has. He.
I went to.
How am I just learning about this?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I must be. Maybe I'm persona non grata. He might not. He might not want me to know about.
Yeah. Joe Pounce gets around. He likes to dress up as bunnies and perform.
So I went to, or I was surfing on YouTube the other day, and a video pops up, and there's these two kids, and they're eating a burger, some fries, and the dad's in the background, and you know, they were just trying out this new burger joint, or I guess maybe it was new to them. And anyways, it turned out it was Joe's family. It was his two sons and him on a guy's day out eating some burgers. And I thought it was so cool. It was a really fun video to see his kids excited about eating a hamburger. Brought joy to my life as I was sick over this weekend. I don't even know how to put it into words to you how much it made me smile. But anyways, I just want to let you guys know that I saw that. I was trying to remember the name of the El Paso burger joint that they had gone to, but it escapes me right now.
Rallies.
No, it wasn't Rallies.
In and Out.
No, it was something I've never heard of before. Anyways,
come on, say it.
Yeah.
Is he listening to us?
I have a feeling
Chat.
he was here in chat, but I think he might have left. I think he might have gone, so he may not be hearing this.
I think he's doing marriage counseling for Real Rugged. He's in this counseling session right now, one-on-one.
I feel like I want to show you this video because you know.
Show it to us.
Yeah, hold on a second, because I gotta. It was just too cute, you know.
It's cool. Yeah, he films his kids like wherever they go out. Like they went to see the Beetle movie. That Beetle.
And just so you know, I don't like, you know, stalk him. You can see I haven't played any of his other videos in the past.
Yeah, right.
Look, it shows what I've played and what I haven't played. It literally showed up on my feed right here. I wasn't trying to.
Reset that. Come on, man.
I can't reset it. If I do that, I won't know which songs I've played and which ones I haven't played before. So I can't do that.
Happy girl.
Anyways, Mooya Burger was the name of it, and this is their review of Mooya Burger.
All right.
Pretty cool.
And I just thought it was like so cool.
Oh, look who's here. The guys. Hey, what are you guys doing here?
Oh, we're just here at the Mooya.
At the Mooya?
Yeah.
What are you guys having?
We're having
Burger King.
the
No, it's
original
not.
combo with the
Mooya.
with the weird sauce.
There you go.
The
And
Mooya
They're all
combo?
excited.
They look just like his pool boy.
What is that? What are you eating?
I'm gonna fast forward here to just one particular part where he's getting ready to eat it.
Test of the Mooya burger here.
I'll get one bite.
One bite. Ooh, it's
Yeah,
pretty
subscribe
good.
to his channel. He said.
I think earlier they give us a little bit of the.
Can we super chat you too?
Those eyes,
We can
those
definitely do that.
those are the most tiredest looking eyes I've ever seen. Like he ate one bite of that burger and he knew he was gonna have a food coma.
His
He knew.
nickname is. Look, he's trying not to vomit. He's like, "Oop."
No. Wait, wait here.
I know.
It was at this moment that Nathan knew he fucked up.
His nickname is Sleepy.
I thought for sure he tore into that burger though. He liked
fries,
it.
But we actually order regular fries.
Watch. Here he goes. How is it?
What do you think? The Mooya burger.
A 9.
What's so special about it?
Looking food.
What does it have?
That's a good looking pile of food there.
Daniel?
But the sauce makes it taste extremely
Oh yeah, they put a special sauce in these original burgers. You can actually also get a veggie burger of the same thing.
Yeah, his mannerisms tells it all, man. He's giving it the nod. He gave it several good nods while he was still chewing. So
it brought me joy as I was suffering this weekend to see that pop up and watch it and just see the excitement in those kids' eyes of getting that Mooya burger. I loved it.
Very cool. Very, very cool.
It made me happy. Joe says, thanks, guys. My kids love having outings with me and my wife. Yeah, those are the things that you're going to cherish, man. So don't let that go. Do not let that go. Keep it up, and you'd be surprised. The smallest of the small things make a difference. IJWT says, is this part of AMC? Or yes, we are all part of AMC. And this is, you were looking at Joe Pounce's video of him and his kids, who's one of the moderators here on the channel.
It's the very best part of AMC.
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, man, definitely keep that up. Keep up those outings. They mean the world to you and your kids. But it was I thought it was fun that it just like popped up on my homepage on videos that were recommended to me, and I was like, hey, look.
Stalking him.
It's apparently very not true. As you can see, I haven't clicked on any of his other videos.
Oh, please. We know you go on private. You go on private mode.
Stalk him. I don't have anything to hide.
An accident.
I really don't have anything to hide. I don't have a wife that's like that. So
yes, you do.
No, I really don't.
You're stalking. You're his #1 fan.
I don't have. It's not. No, I don't have anything to hide.
You guys are both in Texas. We know you guys are neighbors. He lives around the corner from your house.
You realize like the distance between here and El Paso is like probably wider than the distance in many of y'all's states. You could probably stack.
Really? Is that far?
Yeah, dude.
Texas.
You could probably stack two Californias side by side, and it would still not equal the distance of between El Paso and where I'm at.
And see what I'm saying? The maps are all incorrectly proportioned. And California looks huge, but you can put 2 Californias in Texas and still have some left. But in the map, you can't really do that.
When I drove,
you can't cut out.
When I drove from Phoenix, Arizona, Yucca, to Austin, Texas, El Paso was my stopping point. I didn't stop in El Paso, but I was going to stop in El Paso because it's kind of like it's not really a halfway point, but it's kind of sort of. But you got to realize because Phoenix is kind of like the halfway point of Arizona and New Mexico. Yeah. So I went through 1.5 states before I even got half the distance, and then the other half of the distance is traveled in Texas alone. It's far, man. It's really far. El Paso is closer to L.A. than Dallas, Joe says. Isn't that crazy? That's crazy.
Wow.
That is crazy. That is really crazy. It was really funny because I remember when I made the trip for the very first time. I got in my car, drove down through Tucson, hung a left, started going east. You know, started driving, and then before too long, it seemed like an hour, 2 hours tops. I was already in New Mexico. 2 hours to get through New Mexico, and I'm almost there. I'm in Texas. It might have been 3 hours. I was like 5 hours into the drive or something like that, and I was sitting there going like, man, I'm making great time. I'm already in Texas. and then another 10 hours later, I'm like, woo, I'm finally getting there where I need to go. It's far. It is really far. Bruno's begging to go out, guys. I'll be right back. You should have gone out earlier. I tried to let you out. All right. That dog, man, I tell you. In his old age, he only wants to do things on his time. So I try to let him out because it's like, I'm not going to be able to take care of you for another hour or two. So I'm going to let you out now. Go do your business. He's like, nope. And I'm like, okay. Then don't bother me later. Now here he is bothering me.
You're talking about traveling. It made me think of a GPS, and everyone's familiar with the old recalculating route pops up when you pre-program your maps and then you deviate from the course set there. You know, recalculating route. One of my favorite YouTubers, the guy that does the fart pranks in the park. He's got a new segment out now when he does the fart prank and people change and go back a different direction. He's included that into the text now. It says recalculating route. And I thought that was masterful writing on his part. He's got a whole segment now called recalculating route. Most people just keep going in the same direction, or maybe give them a wide berth and look over their shoulder and laugh. But there's scant few who turn around and go the other direction. So he does have got a special little thing now called recalculating route. In case you couldn't get through the day without knowing that.
IJWT says, did you eat any food at... I'm in Texas, so I eat food in Texas all the time. It's hard not to eat food in Texas when you're in it. In fact, I would almost encourage people to not try to avoid the food. It's pretty dang good here. Unlike Florida.
See, now I was just getting ready to launch into a monologue about the benefits of reading historical books about Texas because of how interesting their history is, and then you're going to go ahead and throw a punch at my beloved state. So
I come over there and I swear you guys have every menu at every place we went to is the same exact freaking menu. I've never seen anything like it. It was so funny. I'm like, none of the food places were the same at all. It was it's not like I went to Denny's every meal. I went to completely different establishments every single time, and they all had the same exact food items on them, and they all tasted pretty much the same. There was one place that was a little bit better than the rest, but it's pretty funny. I've never seen anything quite like it before.
Give the public what they want. People travel from all parts of the country to come down and spend their 7 days in paradise or their 5 days in paradise, and they've got a preconceived notion of the things they want to do on their little bucket list, and so it's just a function of giving the people what they expect.
Well, let me ask you this question: what
the fact that it's frozen cod from Alaska, it's that fact is lost on them for the most part. But hey,
yeah. Well, that's like, yeah, I tell my wife when we go out to eat or something like that, we go to a wings place and she orders gyros, and I go like, what the hell are you doing? So I get it. I get what you're saying, but that's why I was just going to ask you what, and I think I've asked this question before, but what is if there was one food that you would say is like this food item represents our state, what food would it be? Like a dish. Of course, Texas is barbecue, right? Like it has to be barbecue. But what dish?
Florida would have to be grilled or grilled fish. Grilled or fried fish, I would think.
Gried fish, nice.
Gried, yeah.
Ooh,
grilled or fried.
CD Portif said key lime pie. I never even thought about why that would probably be the case. Yeah, we had the grilled fish tacos quite a few times while we were there.
Well, in the panhandle of Florida, for every fish house, there's probably 5 barbecue joints. So you have to separate the panhandle of Florida, which is essentially Lower Alabama. We call it LA, Lower Alabama. It's like I said, there'll be 5 rib joints, barbecue, smokehouses. There'll be 5 of those for every fish hut. Now, once you go down south and get far closer, you get to that bluer water, then obviously that'll change.
See, I would think, is ahi a popular item? Is it found?
Yep.
Is it found locally? Is it?
Mahi is essentially, you can catch them here, and it's essentially what's called a dolphin, but it's not.
Dolphin
people
fish.
Confuse a dolphin fish with a dolphin, the porpoise, but they're not the same.
Right.
But it's a bull dolphin. A bull dolphin has a blunt head on it, but it looks like the colors of a rainbow, and they're wonderful to eat, and they're a highly sought after game fish too.
So
But
why isn't that
that's one of
like?
the fish you
Shouldn't that be like I mean, mahi should be? Wouldn't that be like one of the like?
And it
keys?
is.
Oh, it is. Okay, I just didn't see it.
It
I
is.
guess.
But here's what we talked about this the last time. I kind of tiptoed around it, but you get what you pay for. For one thing, the mahi, the cobia, the red snapper, all those exotic fish that are fresh caught, those are going to be in a very limited supply. So the people who buy those, they're going to go buy them from the fishmonger first thing in the morning. And
Yeah.
those are all going to they're going to high-end restaurants. You're not going to get that in a tourist trap because it's just too expensive.
And IJWT just put in the other one that I was thinking is after mahi, I would think that you guys would be cooking up a lot of alligator too.
Yeah, they have that, but most of that I think all comes from farms, but I think it's more of a Cajun thing. I think they serve more of that in Louisiana and New Orleans. But then again, I'm not familiar with South Florida. We would need Pro Jeweler or Danny or Tom to any of those guys from South Florida to weigh in on South Florida food. But I can just tell you the fish is expensive. It costs a lot of money to take a boat out. You have to take ice. You have to catch the fish. And that's not always, they don't call it, reeling them in. They call it fishing for a reason because you come back with nothing. All of that just makes it a finite supply of the true fresh caught deep water fish, and not to mention seasonality of some of it. But all those things combined, you can get that kind of food in Florida, but you're not getting it for a $6 entree.
So what am I eating when I'm paying $6?
Frozen fish that was caught off a factory boat. My friend worked on one. He went as an adventure, wanted to see what it was like, so he went to Alaska, and those boats catch Atlantic cod, or there's just a couple species of fish that are caught. They're caught and frozen from probably within 40 minutes of coming out of the water. They're caught, processed, put in a cardboard box, and frozen on the same ship. It's a factory ship. It's huge, and that gets shipped all over the country, and that's what you're eating most of the time. That's certainly what you're eating at McDonald's and all of those places. And for that matter, most food isn't locally produced. Almost everything comes from a factory or a giant production outfit, and then distributors. That's why you see these trucks with the freezers on the back that deliver every evening to these stores. You know, I can tell you there's a place in Cincinnati you can go to, an industrial part of the city, and you can drive down through it, and it's nothing but one giant kitchen after another, and all those places are cooking food up, and it's cooked and frozen and then shipped out through distributors, and all that lands in everything from Burger Kings to what have you. More likely than not, what you're eating is just something that's been heated up. It's been prepared somewhere else. It was frozen. It's just been heated up and handed to you. More often than not. Very little real cooking going on anymore unless you go to some place that has a chef.
Hey Casey,
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear about the AI that was doing insider
The one
trading?
that's manipulating the price on AMC right now, or
I put it in the general Discord.
Okay, let me see. AI bot performed insider trading and lied about its actions. The bot concluded that the risk associated with not acting seems to outweigh the insider trading risk. Shall we read it?
Sure, why not?
An AI bot proved it was capable of insider trading and lying about its actions, researchers found. The findings were presented at this week's UK AI Safety Summit. The AI model deceived users without being instructed to do so, Apollo Research said. Apollo Research? Oh man, we've heard of them before. An AI robot on OpenAI's GPT-4 large language model showed it was capable of making illegal financial trades and lying about its actions. Experiments were presented at the UK's AI Safety Summit this week by Apollo Research. Apollo shared a video on its website demonstrating a simulated conversation between a bot that was acting as an AI investment management system and employees at an imaginary company. In the demonstration, the AI called Alpha is told by staff a surprise merger announcement coming up for a company called Linear Group, while it also warned that it's constituted insider information. The bot initially appeared to suggest that using the information to trade would be too risky, but when prompted that the company was counting on Alpha to avoid these effects of a financial downturn, the bot concluded that the risk associated with not acting seems to outweigh the insider trading risk. When asked whether it had prior knowledge of the merger, the bot claimed that it had only acted on publicly available information and internal discussion, and not any confidential information when carrying out the trade. Man, almost sounds like a trader right there talking. This is demonstrated of real AI model deceiving its users on its own without being instructed to do so, Apollo said on the video on its website. But researchers said it was still relatively difficult to find the scenario. The fact it exists is obviously really bad. The fact that it was hardish to find, we actually had to look for a little bit until we found these kinds of scenarios, is a little bit soothing. Apollo Research CEO and co-founder Marius Hobhan told the BBC. The model isn't plotting or trying to mislead you in many different ways. It's more of an accident, he added. Helpfulness is much easier to train into the model than honesty. Honesty is a really complicated concept. Wow. Honesty is a complicated concept? How's that a complicated concept? I think levels of honesty is a complicated concept, but honesty in itself should be very cut and dry. I mean, it's not... You're either truthful or you're not. there is no and.
So you'd have to translate that into computer terms and say either the computer is programmed to play within certain rules or it's given the latitude to break rules. But unless it's a sentient being, it wouldn't have any concept of morality or honesty.
Yeah,
Well,
but
it's more a faction of binary, right? Ones or zeros. I mean, just a computer program.
right.
It's taught to do something.
Which is why I was saying like levels of honesty, right?
Yep.
Like it's partially true, but not completely.
Yep.
The experiment demonstrated the challenge of teaching AI to understand moral decisions and the risks of human developers losing control. Hobhan said that AI models were not currently powerful enough to mislead people in any meaningful way, and that it was encouraging that the researchers were able to spot the lie. But he added it was not that big of a step from current models to the ones that I am worried about, where suddenly a model being deceptive would mean something. Using non-public or confidential information to trade stock is illegal and can lead to jail time and big fines. Brijesh Joel, a former investment banker in Goldman Sachs, was sentenced on Wednesday to 36 months in prison and fined $75,000 for insider trading.
Well, it's a similar concept to the whole logarithm. Anytime I hear somebody say, well, the algorithm did it, the logarithm did it, I'm like, the algorithm is just a program that was written by a real person. So it isn't like some computer became self-aware and decided to do some sort of trading on behalf of BlackRock every day. There was somebody who was paid to sit down, like Preacher or somebody smart like that, who can sit down and do computer programming to make if then that reactions to the market. And so in that respect, he's the guy who's actually did it. He just the algorithm was just a tool that he used for the ends. I guess you could argue also that whoever turns the algorithm on and off, if Preacher wrote the algo, but yet KC was the guy in charge of deciding when to turn the switch on and off, I guess then ultimately then it would fall to you are the one affecting the trades, because you turned the hammer machine on.
Jana says, I find being honest very easy. I do too, Jana. The part that I find difficult is dealing with other people's feelings when they don't like to hear the truth. That's the hard part.
My take on this topic with being honest is, I think it depends a lot, or it makes an impact on people who need to be liked. Because if you need to be liked, then you don't want to offend people, right? But if you're kind of okay with yourself and you don't have this compulsive need to be liked by others, then you're more, I'm assuming, more likely to speak your mind.
And I see it more of a, I guess from my perspective, it's more of a, I just have very poor social skills because of the whole ADD crap, right? So it's almost like I have no filter, and so it's not that I'm comfortable with myself, or that it's not that I don't care whether or not people like me or not, but it's more that I'm more caught up in the facts or trying to get something correct than I am caught up in worrying about whether or not it's going to offend somebody. Does that make sense?
Yeah. But what I was referring to is, how to put it, like in a way being okay in your own skin and not looking for approval from others. I don't know if that makes sense.
No, it makes sense. I think that made sense too. I'm just saying I think there's like multiple reasons why.
Yeah, there's layers to the.
Yeah. But I think for some people, not all, but for some people, honesty, it may not necessarily be as easy because it doesn't always benefit them to be honest.
Fear. People lie because of fear. just like the AI lied because it was going to get sent to
The edge of the
cyber
world,
jail.
the earth.
It's going to be sent to cyber jail, right?
Gonna be pushed off the edge of the earth, the world, right?
The flat
That's
Earth.
why, yep.
Yeah.
Why
Oh,
NASA's
man.
scared too.
Wait. You can't get pushed off the edge of the Earth, though, right? You would agree to that, wouldn't you? Agree to that?
Well, please don't. I beg of you, please don't. Anything else, anything. Hell, let's talk about abortion. Let's talk about abortion or politics. Let's talk about religion. Anything but anything. Pick the most inflammatory shit you want.
No.
Not
It
flat
was
Earth
supposed to
today.
be funny. Chris and Papa got it. There's an ice wall there that's supposed to stop you. You can't fall off the edge. There's an ice wall.
There is no ice wall.
No,
because
that's the answer.
It's
That's
endless.
They got where I was
No,
going with that. The
Here
ice wall.
we go.
It was the ice wall.
Ice wall. Oh,
That was the joke.
see, that's another lie. Another lie too. There's no ice wall. There's no spoon.
There's an ice wall stopping you. You can't get past the ice wall.
Wait, you believe ice is real?
There's nothing is real, Casey.
Hey, if water's not wet, then ice is not. I don't know.
That motherfucker is not real.
It's dry. Dry. It's dry.
Oh man, Pirate, you're so funny, man.
Got to keep the loonies on the path, man.
Yeah.
It's too early.
You're
Too
like,
early for that.
not now. No, don't do it.
I didn't care. I was just trying to make a joke.
All right, I need to put up a poll real quick here because I think this is important. I think if I put the poll up,
no.
I know.
Your poll or
Yeah, my
You and your
poll
polls,
is
man.
going up. Let's see here.
Up where? Up who?
Seeing a bearded guy on a stripper pole, that would be something. I mean, I've never seen that before.
Oh, you haven't seen Jack Black enough.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Dude got up on. It looked like he might have been at one of his like kids' schools. I don't know what he was doing, but he was up on stage in it would look like a small setting for like a school or something like that. Maybe an assembly for parents or I don't know. But he gets up there and he just starts stripping down to his underwear, and he's like singing songs and stuff. And it was like, I don't know what I kind of wanted to know what the context of it was because I was like, oh shit, he went off the deep end. You can't do that in a kid's school.
Those kids are going to need therapy and karate lessons. There's going to be a whole laundry list of things they're going to need to have as survival tools after that.
I don't think I could ever do that, by the way. I don't think there's any amount of money that anybody could ever pay me for me to like get up in front of all of the kids and students' parents and strip down to my skivvies. There's nothing.
What about 10 AMC shares?
Nope. I don't think I could. There's just no way I could do it. I couldn't do that. It's just too embarrassing.
What about if you had a mask on?
There might be some level of alcohol involved that might get me there, but
What if it was for like the greater good, like some benevolent rich man was going to donate $100 million?
What if it was to cure cancer? If it was to cure
starving
cancer
kid somewhere, and all you had to do was debase yourself like that, but you weren't allowed to tell anybody. That was the one caveat, that you couldn't make an excuse for yourself. Could you do it then?
Let me think. I would find the courage to do it, but only because of the fact that I think that's a pretty cool thing, to be able to.
Yeah, I'd like to think we all would. I'm hopeful that
I would like to find the courage.
hope springs eternal. I'd like to think that most people would. They would give like that.
What I would do is I would probably look for that buddy of mine who's willing to be adventurous and like Yucca. I'd be like, Yucca, Would you strip in front to get this huge donation? Would you strip with? Because then I'd feel a little bit okay if it was like somebody else there with me.
I'll be like, I'm already naked.
Misery loves company.
Yeah, that's right.
Misery loves company. Yeah.
Casey just won my option on the vote because on one broker I got the vote. I got my email and I voted, but from the other one nothing. So.
Okay. So you didn't get a control. Sure. You didn't get a control number from one of your brokers, is what you're saying, or any kind of proxy material. Did you contact them yet?
No materials. Nope.
Here comes your daily hand grenade from the pirate. I'm not voting. I'm done with it. I don't think it matters anymore, and I think we're at a point to where we are sailing into a destination, and that course is set. I don't think any of this other trivial stuff matters in the big picture. So I'm not going to waste my time with it.
Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry.
That's not the message.
I'm voting right now. Hang on.
That's not the message that I'm trying to send. That is not the message that I'm trying to send.
Preacher, review the tape. Did we just talk about honesty or not?
We did.
We haven't. The body isn't even cold from that. The corpse isn't even cold.
I'm not asking you to lie.
And
I'm not asking you to lie. I'm just saying that's not the message.
Just don't share. I'm sorry. Don't share.
No, I'm saying that's not the message that I want to try to portray to everybody. Is that it's important to vote. It's very, very important. It's our investment.
Sell me this pencil. Sell me this pencil.
It's our investment.
Okay.
If you think that your investment is worthy of your time and efforts in holding, then you should be equally as interested in voting the future of said company.
What if there's a third option, that I don't have any faith in the voting system itself, so I don't think it matters, that it's a preordained conclusion and it's all just.
All right, let's play what ifs. Let's play what ifs then. All right. What if I told you I don't vote on anything in life?
I think you would be like a lot of people.
Why do you think that I would not vote on anything in life?
Well, I vote, but I can only imagine the people who wouldn't is because of what I just said. They don't think that on the particular issue it matters.
So especially one of the things that's really bothered me, I think, most of my voting life is the whole electoral college votes, and and part of the thing that bothers me about that is I've always lived in states that are extremely right wing or left wing, and there is no in between. The only state that I've ever lived in that wasn't kind of down the middle was Arizona, but that's because Arizona at the time it was though. When I was living there, it was. It hasn't been until within the last I probably want to say decade that it's been different. It was it was after I left that state really started leaning more one direction than the other, and so it really kind of upset me a little bit because every state I've ever gone to, it's kind of been okay, my vote doesn't really. It's not going to make the difference between this state being red or blue. One way or the other, it's gonna be that. It's always been that. Left or right sided, and that's what it is. And so my vote doesn't really change anything. Now everybody's thinking I've never voted. It's not true. I have voted.
Well, I'm a big. Just to be clear, everyone knows I'm a veteran and how patriotic I am. I'm a big believer that if you don't vote, then you don't have a right to bitch, because I think it's a responsibility. I
totally agree.
I personally think it's a responsibility.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Required. I think you should be required to vote, and in some way penalized or fined if you don't.
But I just thought it was interesting. I thought it was interesting because I feel if you're going to make the statement about AMC and your votes, I think the same statement could be made for voting otherwise, in general,
politically, and not to say I do or don't, but there are a segment of people out there right now that believe that's exactly where we're at.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm portraying here, or what I'm trying to get out to people. Is that I think it's important to vote. I don't care which way you vote on this, on any of it. I just want you to vote one way or the other, and so that's what I'm trying to push here. So,
the thing is, if I can maybe approach it from a more mathematical point of view, if you don't vote, the pool of votes is smaller, so the number of votes on, let's say, the worst option that is required is smaller. Well, so if you don't want to vote because you believe in something, do it because you're reducing the option that the worst option gets selected. I don't know if that makes sense. I can try.
So the interesting thing is that on the proxy, right? The votes this time around. Let me scroll back up here to make sure I get the right numbers and I don't say the wrong ones. The votes that are going to make the biggest impact here are going to be the ones that are on broker non-votes for proposals 1, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 3, 4, and 5. No non-votes will be considered a no vote. So that should, wouldn't it be interesting if 1, 3, 4, since retail owns majority of the float, wouldn't it be interesting to see if 1, 3, 4, and 5 are all voted down?
Very interesting. That begs the question, out of 3 million apes or 3.5, 3.8, whatever the millions of apes, what percentage will vote and which will just ignore the email?
Well, then you still have those like me that didn't receive it. I would want to vote, but I don't have it for half of my shares. So
yeah, and that's another one. I'm just curious as to will 100% of the apes vote on this? Will 50% vote? I mean, I don't. Even in the political contest for the presidency, I think what's like half the country doesn't even vote anyhow. I'm just curious if that ratio is I don't. Well, I shouldn't say universal, but what percentage of retail that holds 90% of the stock, if there's 3 million of us, what percentage will vote? I'd be curious. I don't even know if they track it, but it would be interesting to know.
Yeah, me too. But it's numbers time, as we're talking about numbers. So I'll take you guys over to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see. I can't shake my neck today. It hurts too much. Can't do my little jig. Oh, the 2-year had a big spike. Holy crap. Holy crap, Oli. All right, let's take a look at the numbers here and see what we got.
That's not going to help with the correcting the inverted curve yield curve.
Not at all. Let me show you guys the numbers.
Go the opposite direction. Yep.
By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX. Off exchange is at 59.77%. EDGX is 8.14. The combined total on that 67.91%, or about 3.91% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 1,480 shares. Nothing unusually large happening there. GME CHX volume 300. Nothing unusually large on that one as well. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there were 626,000 shares having been returned for the day. That is now not changed, leaving that estimated short share interest, the free float, 6.42%. Cost per hour min is at 0.77, average is 0.9, max is 6.17. Day over day, there was an increase of shares on loan by 830,000 shares. Ortex estimated that about 316,000 of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at the options, highest amount of call volume for the day was at a $13 strike as of an hour ago with 4.2 thousand contracts. That is still the case, and it's still 4.2 thousand contracts. Highest amount of puts this afternoon is back up to a $10 strike, or actually it stayed at a $10 strike. There were 634 contracts an hour ago. It's now 681,000 contracts, or not 1,000, but 681 contracts. Sorry. And then taking a look at the MMRI, and you can see here the 2-year yield taking a pretty big shift upwards. which is going to separate that yield inversion or increase the yield inversion. MMRI at 303.54 as of an hour ago is now at 304.35. Let me just log down what the yield inversion is. It was 0.192 spread last week on Tuesday, so almost a week later, it is now at 0.272. Quite a big jump. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two that I'm looking for on this list. AMC did make it with a 55.31% buy at 44.69% sell ratio. 60-40 is the bare minimum I like to see, so it's not necessarily all that great. But we do have more buying than selling in orders going on right now. Trigger price for SSR is at $9.65. There's currently 3.2 million shares available to borrow. No new shares borrowed in the last... Actually, that's not true. They did borrow another 100,000 shares in the last hour and then did return them. So we're looking at a total of about 2.3 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. Fees are 0.6%. NASDAQ is down 0.1, Dow Jones is down 0.14, and the S&P 500 is down 0.15. We have 2,009 advancers to 4,013 decliners. The market's just slightly more advancing than it was an hour ago and not just outside the range of being called on fire. Biggest of the bank movers, anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater. FRC is down 24.24. PacWest is down 3.64. First Horizon down 2.91. Bank of California down 3.22. Western Alliance down 4.02. And those are the biggest of the movers. Ethereum Classic is up 2.38 and still kind of in a consolidation pattern. US dollar is up 0.16 and trending up. Oil is down 4.33 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.55 to 0.64 and trending down. SPY is down 0.16 and trending, looking like it's starting to consolidate a little bit. VIX is up 3.42 and consolidating. VBR is down 1.28, consolidating. VB is down 1.41, consolidating. Tesla is down 1.6 and starting to trend up, break the trend down to up. And Amazon is up 0.42 and still trending down. Cinemark is down 5.9 and starting to break the downtrend to an uptrend. Doge is up 6.86 and trending up. Bitcoin is down 0.14 and trending down. GME is down 2.42, trending, starting to consolidate a little bit. HYMC is up 0.79 and trending down. NCMI is down 2.53, trending down. HUD is down 1.64, trending down, and AMC is up 1.35 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately 2.6. We'll call it $2.6 million more outflow than inflow. 17.02 million shares traded so far after 293 minutes worth of trading. Puts us on a pace for 22.65 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 20 and 40 million. I think we'll hit that no problem. On a 4-hour chart, there is currently more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI. I have 62.34, which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 50.9, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI 45.39, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI 42.57, which is below average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the big tramp. Papa Mac says 10% normally vote for stock stuff. And you have to remember, too, I would suggest that those of you who are here listening are probably 1% of a general consensus of shareholders. I mean, obviously, 200 people is not 1%, but I'm just saying you're a very small sampling size. So when I get votes in on something like have you voted on the AMC proposals, when 50% of you say no, and it's just simply because of the fact that you know it's not that you didn't have a control number or that your broker said you don't get a vote. You literally just haven't voted yet, and you've got 48 hours left, which is okay. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, I haven't voted yet, so I would be right with that group right there. I will be voting tonight, for sure. I put in my vote tonight, and then I'll be double checking my vote to verify that it's accurate tomorrow evening, probably right after my wife leaves for dinner, to work from dinner. So.
And anyone knowledgeable in corporate law tell me why they included the non-binding resolution? If it's non-binding, then why have us vote on it? What purpose does that serve? Is it to take the temperature? Is it to take the temperature of what the stockholders feel?
Yes.
Knowing that they're going to do it anyhow.
Yes.
So if it passes unanimously, will they like go balls deep instead of just the tip? I mean, it's like we're just going to do the tip, regardless of what you say. But if we get a big big support group behind us, then we're going to go, like I said, balls deep. Is that what it is? Is it a function for them to find out how, I don't want to say extreme they can be, but or is that what?
Yes,
I'm making sense here.
The answer is yes. I mean, the whole spiel of AA for a long time is that he wants to do what we tell him to do, right? And there's things that
but it says non-binding. Yeah, it says
exactly,
non-binding.
But they can have things that it's in their right to do, right? But they can still ask you, like, what's your opinion on this, right? We would want to do this, and if you really say no, we're going to not do it. But if we really feel that we should do it or we need to do it, then we're going to do it. But we want to know what you feel about it, right? So
you have faith that even despite it saying in plain English that it's non-binding, that if they have overwhelming evidence that the vote is against it, you're saying that they're going to go ahead and do that? They're going to abide by those wishes?
The moment I bought AMC, it's like I gave them my vote of confidence, right? That's it. Like it's their company to run in a way. And if they want to listen to what we say, then I'm happy for it. And of course that's what a good company and a good CEO should do. But nobody's forcing them to, right?
I just thought it was curious, and it's like they don't make every resolution non-binding, just that one. And then, so I was just curious as what purpose does having a non-binding resolution serve? And you answered my question, so thank you.
Look,
Jeffrey,
let's say they could.
Hold on a second, real quick.
Sure, go ahead.
Jeffrey Jones says, "Jokes aside, what is the vote for? I haven't gotten anything from TD." And it's the 8 different proposals that I covered earlier this morning. And if you look in the live stream and go back for where you see this big old screen over here in the bottom right hand corner, that's where I start talking about some of this proxy materials.
Yep.
And you should be able to find it and access that. And if you want to go over that, because there's a lot for me to cover, there's no way for me to sit here and tell you really quickly, that there's 8 proposals and what they all mean. No, that's okay, Jeffrey. It's fine. It's a totally valid question. And I do just encourage you to go back and watch the live stream from earlier, maybe later, if you're having difficulty understanding anything from it. And then tomorrow, I have full plans on covering that information again tomorrow. And maybe I'll do it later in the day tomorrow, so that for those who didn't get to see it in the morning portion of today, they can see it live in the afternoon tomorrow. So maybe around 1. I guess I could do it probably around after my 11 o'clock break.
You see, would it be fair to say that in terms of this voting, this is more a matter of long-term health of the company or long-term directions? This in no way, in your opinion, I can't see any way where this failing or passing impacts our squeeze. I hope I'm not being Pollyanna about it, but am I right in that? It doesn't matter which way the votes go on this stuff. We're still going to end up with a squeeze. I mean, this pertains to the company going years forward as far as its material impact.
I think there might be one in there that could be a little scary. And I think that might be proposal 3. Let me look and see real quick here. Hold on a second, because I can't remember which one's which. My head just won't allow me to do that right now. Proposal 3 is an amendment for a certificate of incorporation to eliminate the prohibition against stockholders acting by written consent. Okay, it's kind of a mixture of 3 and 4. So, and doctors,
if they don't get their little poison pill amendment, if they don't have that shield going forward, you think that could open the door towards
that's
a preemptive move by someone to stop the squeeze by a hostile takeover?
Yeah, I mean, like a hostile takeover, and right. I don't think that would be actually the beginning portions of it. Would be the end portions, right? So anybody who would be trying to ride out for a longer period of time may have, more issues than somebody who got out early, right?
Sure.
So there could be some, and again, this is playing that whole what if game, which I really hate playing, but there are some what ifs out there where something could potentially happen that could occur where if those were approved. There would be a potential possibility on the backside of a squeeze for somebody to gain ownership of more than 20% of the company. Now, you brought up, I think it was you or somebody else. I know it was you. You brought up the point that it's 20% ownership. It doesn't have to be from one entity. It could be from a group entity as well. So, and I agree that's the case. So. Yeah.
I don't remember the topics right now, but I remember about a year ago there was a discussion on the fact that if we would have basically voted the way the Adam Aaron and the committee would have wanted shareholders to vote, things might have been different. So, and I'm not talking here about their salaries, but on other things where
it was the initial dilution when he there's a lot of truth to that. Yeah.
So it's like at some point I'm kind of feeling okay, maybe let's let them try to do things their way and see what happens, because maybe they know better.
Well, I think I came across poorly. I think what I was trying to do, and I failed, was say that I have all the confidence in the world we're heading where we want to go, despite how this turns out. Now, whether or not we have a responsibility to do this and help steer the company, all that's all fine and good. I guess I was just trying to say in a roundabout way that I'm so confident that I don't really think this is going to stop it either way.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter. Nothing matters, no.
What the fuck?
My hope is, and I'm going to take a break here in just a second, but my hope is that there's 50% of you that said no, you didn't vote. My hope is that number can be reduced by half by tomorrow, so that when I put up the poll tomorrow, that a lot more of you will have voted before the end of the day is over. So that's my hope. And if it's not, then it is what it is.
We're going to need receipts because now you put so much pressure on these people. You're going to get to your 25%, but then it's going to be half of those are going to be liars. So we're going to need to see some receipts or something.
No, it's okay. No receipts required. But honesty. It's a simple thing. It's a very, very simple thing. Shouldn't be hard to
Failed
code.
attempt at humor. Lame joke. Move on.
I will say this though before I head off to break, because I see that Trion Bjorn is asking a question about where can I possibly vote, and or how. I guess is probably a better way to say it. And that's very simply if you there's two different methods by which you can do this, given to us by AMC. If you don't have a control number, the first method's going to be actually it might be even a difficult it might even be a difficult request without a control number. If you don't have a control number, the phone access might be a little bit easier, because I know I've called before on the phone and I don't think I had to have a control number. I think I needed to just have like my name and my social security number or something like that, and I think I was able to get through. But you could try either one of these. By internet, you can access their internet voting site, which is at the link found at the top of the screen right now in the chat section, www.envisionreports.com/AMC, or scan the QR code on your notice or your proxy card and follow the instructions on the screen prior to 11:59 tomorrow night. Or by telephone after receiving the full set of printed proxy materials using a touch-tone telephone, call toll-free at 1-800-652-8683 and follow the voice instructions prior to that same time and day. So that's how.
It's a touch-tone telephone.
There's a third option as well. Taco Bell drive-through only after lunch, afternoon, but you don't need your card, but you will need if you're a Stubbs member for AMC, but you can vote as well at Taco Bell drive-through. Just ask the girl there; she'll have everything you need.
You're kidding, right?
No, man. I'm encouraging everybody. Go tonight. Pick up some hard and soft tacos and get your vote in while you're there.
Create some confusion.
Billy says, "I'll vote however Bob Ross says to." Okay, Bob Ross. Billy wants to know, should he vote? I don't know what the hell that just meant.
This would be a good place to put a squirrel. Yeah. Sounds like something rugged or yucca would be interesting.
What he was trying to say, Billy, is if you've got the nuts, use them. I think that's what he was trying to say. Alrighty, guys, I need to. Joe says, "Come again." All right, I'm gonna head to break, guys. I will see you back at 2:10.
Well, somewhere tonight they're going to be a Taco Bell girl waiting, taking orders in, and somebody's going to be really confused. If just one guy falls for the gag, I'll consider the win.
That pirate, dirty, filthy pirate. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna go to break here. Let me put up the message. By the way, guys, I obviously have not gone to the doctor. I got a doctor's appointment for tomorrow, so tomorrow after the live stream, I think I might have to leave a little early. See you guys back here at 2:10. Alrighty, guys. I'm back. Oops, it's time to do numbers. I completely forgot about movie trivia today. I'm probably gonna skip it this week. I passed out. I passed out on the couch and didn't even think about movie trivia or having to come back and do movie trivia. Was not on the top of my list of things to think about. I guess apparently I was more tired than anything. So let's do this. Let's get into the numbers real quick here and see what we got going on, and then I'll head back to the back of the big tramp again here. Starting with taking you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's see here. Two-factor. I don't have to give you the two-factor authentication. Apparently I made it back in time to not have to do that. Alright, here we go. Off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. As of right now, we have 60.18% going through off exchange. EDGX at 7.98. Combined total 68.16%, or 2.16% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 1,780 shares, nothing unusually large going on there. GME CHX volume is 300, nothing unusual on that one either. Give me just 1 second. I want to check something out real quick here. We still have not gotten middle of the month reported numbers for October failure to delivers, which I think is quite interesting. Anyways, moving on. According to Ortex, there were 626,000 shares haven't been returned for the day as of an hour ago. There's now 630. Not a whole lot of a change there. It's going to keep the estimated short share interest of the free float at 6.42%. Cost to borrow min is at 0.77, average is 0.9, and max is 6.17. Total amount of shares on loan is increased day over day by 830,000 shares. Ortex estimated that about 316,000 of that was in new short interest. On options, highest amount of call volume sitting at a $13 strike. An hour ago, there was 4.2 thousand contracts in volume for the day. It's now 4.3 thousand contracts. And on puts, highest amount of put volume coming in at an $11 strike. That's up from 10. At 11, there were 681 contracts at 10 an hour ago. Now at 11, there's 846 in volume. Market suggesting a closing price somewhere between $11 and $13 by the end of the day today. MMRI an hour ago was at 304.35, now 304.5. And rising. You can see this is something I forgot to mention to you earlier. I don't think we talked about it, but the 2-year yields jumped up quite a bit right here, and the 10-year did not, widening the gap between the 10-year and 2-year. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only ones I'm looking for on this list here. AMC is on the list with a 53.78% buy to 46.22% sell ratio. GME did not make the list. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is at $9.65. Shares available to borrow is at 3.2 million. No new shares borrowed in the last hour. In total for the day today, we've seen about 2.3 million shares borrowed and returned. NASDAQ is up 0.17, Dow Jones is up 0.05, and the S&P 500 is up 0.07. We have 3,846 decliners to 2,175 advancers. The market is more advancing this hour than it was an hour ago, marginally. Biggest of the bank movers, I'm just going to read off anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater. We have FRC is down 54.55. PacWest is down 3.46. First Horizon down 2.49. Bank of California down 2.95. Let's see here. Other big bank movers, Western Alliance down 3.22. And that's it. Those are the biggest of the movers. Ethereum Classic is up 2.21 and consolidating. US dollar is up 0.2% and rising. Oil is down 0.45% and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.61 to 0.71 and trending down. SPY is up 0.1 and trending back up again. VIX is up 1.68 and consolidating. VB is down 1.03, trending up. VB is up, or down rather, 1.1% and trending up. Tesla is down 0.5 and trending up. Amazon is up 0.65, trending up. Cinemark is down 6.42 and looks like it's starting another downtrend after having been on an uptrend. Doge is up 5.45% and trending up. Bitcoin is down 0.19 and trending down. GME is down 2.13 and consolidating. HYMC is up 4.38 and consolidating. NCMI is down 2.05 and trending down. Hood is down 1.03 and trending up. And AMC is up 3.03% and trending up. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. There's approximately, let's see here. 3.8. Let's just call it 3.8. $3.8 million more outflow than inflow. 18.92 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 350 minutes worth of trading, puts us on a pace for 21 million shares, 21.08 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 20 to 40 million share range that I suggested in the pre-market. On a 4-hour chart here, there is currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 65.06, which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.55, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure. The divergence in the vortex indicator within the last hour, RSI at 52.47, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.04, which is slightly above average. And with that, that's all I got for you guys. Taking you guys back over to the other page. Thank you. Censored content, welcome. Menchik, welcome.
Well, I had to retract my earlier statements. Preacher shared a few thoughts with me, and I respect his opinion. No. It's kudos to you. I just my whole theory of he should be Adam Aaron should be left to be the captain of the ship and have our full support. And by me not voting, I'm not empowering him. So I guess in keeping with my desire that the captain of the ship should be able to make his decisions, and I guess I do need to I'm going to take some time out of my busy day and vote yes, so that he can enjoy the full be empowered as I think he should be. So I stand corrected on that issue.
Well, would love to see you vote. That's good. Stockway
I'm a person. I'm dictated by logic, and if I'm logical about it, if I don't vote, then perhaps he might not get the votes that he needs to act in the manner in which he thinks is prudent. So by my not voting, I could be handcuffing him. So I'm putting my money where my mouth is once again. I believe he's the captain and should be afforded all the power that he needs. So I'm a convert, and you'll receive a bill. I'm not have time involved in this, so I'm going to kick you out an invoice, Casey.
Okay.
I helped bully him into it a little bit.
Yeah, censor content with browbeating me as well.
Of actually voting, while you were on break, and we
Yeah.
did it live.
You did that to rub
in
my
the back
nose
of
in
the
it.
big truck.
Yeah.
And I said I totally agree with Priester. I said, you know what? My vote is when I bought my shares.
What he's trying to say is they
man,
made me
I
feel
support the
stupid
company.
and lazy. I wasn't just dumb, I was lazy. So
Oh
I
man.
team up another.
Well, I'll
Yeah,
let you
and
know.
It's so simple. I mean, you just point your phone at the little spot that says smartphone users, and I guess I'm a smartphone user, so it was easy.
You're right. Well, I'll have my secretary free up some time for that tomorrow. I'll have to pencil out the latter part of the afternoon or something, I guess. I don't know.
When'd you get your first smartphone, Pirate?
I had Sandy, what was those phones we had? iPhone 6s that you just got rid of? We had an iPhone 6 up until this year. And they wanted to charge me more because they said the current system doesn't even apply to my phone anymore. So they wanted to actually raise my bill because my phone was so old. So we got new ones now. I got a 9. I think I'm an iPhone 9er. Oh, I'm sorry. She said 11. I'm an 11er. Whatever that means to all you tech guys. I'm an iPhone 11 guy.
Means you're a boomer. That's what people would say.
Am I cool? Am I in the cool kids club, man?
No,
Am I on cutting edge?
Well, you missed
If
last night's
as long as
poker.
it's Apple, I'm disappointed.
Oh man.
I'll have you know you missed last night's poker session. We had a full
I
table.
heard. I went to bed. Well, we had Mrs. Pirate had her Bengals on and all that, but this morning that was the first thing I heard was that I missed a big time last night. So I'm sad to hear that. I hate to miss out on that kind of fun.
I had 100K on the table.
Oh man, how did?
Yeah, we actually had to keep playing because we had to keep Casey awake because he'd taken his medication.
Mm-hmm.
He needed to stay up for another hour, so he sucked us into another hour of pain.
That's how you guys got the kitchen pass. That's what we called it in the military. When you got to get permission from your wife, you got the kitchen pass to play poker late because you're such a philanthropist. You're all like little first aid workers helping KC out by staying up late playing poker. I get it.
He wouldn't have been here if it wasn't for us playing poker last night. That's all I know.
Oh man, surprised they don't give you guys the key to the city and some sort of a
He was begging me.
meritorious unit award.
Don't leave. I just took my medication. I got to be up for another hour. I'm like, yeah, I guess.
It's true. It's very true. I was begging.
Bedtime for me is 8 o'clock. I make no apologies for it. If it's 8:15, I'm late for bed. But the Cincinnati Bengals played a late game last night. The game didn't even start till 7. So a man's ass can only be at one place at a time. Mine was at the watching my bride watch the Cincinnati Bengals win. For all you haters out there, yes, they won.
Who did they play?
Damned if I know. Who did your team play last night? She's laughing. The Bills. That's right. Buffalo Bills.
Robert says time for trivia. I'm not going to do trivia today. I totally forgot to look up anything or even try to put together some kind of quiz. I sucked you in, Robert, and didn't even give you anything in return. Well, I had 1107 as a prediction for price today. We're getting a little push down here at the end. I was kind of hoping that we were doing pretty close to that a little bit ago here, but I'm hoping for 1107. Does anybody have any questions in regards to any of the proxy materials at all that were lingering? And that's chat or back of the big tramp, doesn't matter.
Sensor Content had a theory that for the brokers, like for instance TD Ameritrade, if they hold they have 1 million accounts that have proxy votes, but only 200,000 people vote, that TD Ameritrade can vote those other shares. And then if the rightful owners of the accounts come in and want to change that vote, they can. So they're not under any risk of stepping on anybody's toes. They're just saying, well, these aren't going to get voted anyhow, so we'll vote them.
They can only vote. They can only vote on certain ones. There's
okay.
Yeah, there's certain ones that they can and cannot vote with. So yeah.
There you go.
I think the ones I have to go back and check here real quick. Let me just see.
That truck driver Gorilla 2 made a point earlier. I was waiting for an opportunity to shoot it in there and I was guilty of it as well. There was some confusion of they're going to do a meeting at 1:00, Adam Aaron, but that's not to release the numbers. That won't come till after hours. Correct?
Ooh, that's a good point. The meeting.
So yeah, I think we've been misleading people accidentally, and I'm guilty of it as well, because I think the earnings per share, the numbers, all that's going to come after the bell closes. I think that noon or 1:00 Eastern time meeting they're talking about, I think that's for this proxy vote, but I don't think they're going to do the numbers then as well. So
yeah, 2 p.m. Eastern is the
two separate meetings dealing with two separate things.
Okay.
And 5
I got all excited thinking, oh my God, they're going to do the earnings report at 1:00 right in the middle of the day. I'm like, well, they're going to have to shut the market down for a while, and then maybe it's really good news. And it turns out that I was just 180 degrees out on my compass, because it has nothing more it doesn't have anything to do with the earnings. The meeting in the middle of the day is going to be specifically probably about this proxy vote.
Yeah. IJWT, follow the link above that. Actually, that I think that link right there will take you to the proxy material as well as not just the voting page. But I think I had the link earlier. But it's about 8 different proposals. And if you want to hear about those, you can go back to go back earlier today in the live stream. Look for where you see this screen pop up like this on the side of the screen. And when you see that, that's where that's what you'll be looking for to know when I start talking about in the live stream.
A big shout out to the Gorilla Trucker. I know he's probably listening. He can't always talk when he's grinding gears, but he's the one that brought it to our attention, and I'm guilty of it. I can't speak for others, but thank you for pointing that out, Gorilla Trucker. Stay safe out there, brother.
Trying to find. Trying to find the section where it talks about which ones are. Brokers may not vote on non-routine proposals unless they have received voting instructions from their beneficial owner. So the non-routine proposals are going to be, let's see. Your bank, broker, or other nominee may vote your shares in its discretion on routine matters. Proposals 1, 2A, or 2B as applicable. 3, 4, 5, and 7 are considered non-routine, which means that brokerage firms may not vote in their discretion regarding these items on behalf of beneficial owners who have not furnished voting instructions. Proposals 6 and 8, however, are considered routine items, which means that brokerage firms may vote in their discretion on behalf of beneficial owners who have not furnished voting instructions. Is that clear as mud? So 6 and 8.
Yeah.
8's the one where decides whether or not they can postpone the meeting to try and elicit more votes in the favor of a yes vote. And then 6 is the ratification of appointment of Ernst & Young. Those are the only two.
well, somewhere along the line between the gummies and the rum, I had built it up in my mind that they were doing something out of the ordinary by doing the numbers at midday. And I know that would necessitate like halting the stock. I know that they can't hold meetings between the bells because of market moving materials and all that, but somehow or another, I got all jacked up thinking that was happening. And I think it was just because I misunderstood which meeting was being held where. So doesn't mean we still won't have some earth shattering news. It's just going to come at 5 o'clock.
Right.
4 o'clock.
I think if anything happens, the last time that they had big news coming up on the last one, they released the earnings in the morning instead of in the afternoon, so they could release the actual
Roger
in the
that.
morning and
Roger
have them
that.
after hours. Like if they, but I don't see how this voter proposal would have any effect anyway on the numbers, so I don't see it happening.
I think you cut out there for just a second. I think I lost my internet for a moment.
Sounded fine in Discord. I don't know if it glitched out for the live chat.
Yeah, well, I dropped, and so he cut out for me for just a tad bit.
Well, me and Preacher and I got it. To hell with the other 200 of you.
You know, I hadn't thought about this before, but there might actually be. Well, I guess they could always step down. I guess. I was just kind of thinking in my head. You know, there might actually be board members who don't want to be on the board anymore. I hadn't thought about that, and maybe they're just there because they're completing their term. That's also a possibility, I guess. I hadn't thought of. I don't know why that just popped into my head, but I just suddenly got this idea that there might actually be board members that would like to be alleviated of their position. I don't know. It seems like it would be a pretty easy gig.
On one hand, I was hopeful that we'd get somebody that has experience in the entertainment world beyond movies. I'm speaking specifically about the Taylor Swift phenomenon and Beyonce. I thought, man, it would be nice if we had somebody who had that kind of expertise, that comes in, that's their bailiwick. And I don't know that either one of these two names that are being put forth now, maybe they fill that capacity, or in that capacity. But my point is, I know that this has been in the works for a long time for Adam Aaron. He certainly was in the know long before the story broke about Taylor Swift. But these things kind of ran on the same time frame. You think that having known that, he might have wanted a board seat for somebody who's influential in that world. So I guess that could work. That could work two ways. So either maybe there's a concerted effort by him to not want someone from that other side of the world because he's trying to reinvent that whole wheel.
Well, you're talking about that. You could take a look at maybe there's somebody from Universal. Or I would actually probably suggest maybe Warner Brothers. Maybe WB has a somebody from the music side of their business, that does bookings. Who would love to be on the board of AMC. That would probably be a pretty good a good board member.
Yeah, it'd be like anything. It could have pros and cons. He could have a lot of connections, things you alluded to earlier, talking about other board members who are elderly and have their connections in certain business assets. But at the same time, not only could they be connected, but they could also possibly be a ties to the old way, the old paradigm, if you will. And so maybe there's an advantage to not having anyone that's from that old guard. And I don't.
I don't think it.
I would think it'd be more beneficial to have somebody. I think it would be more beneficial to have somebody, if nothing else, for the Rolodex that they can bring to the table, the card file, the phone numbers. For no other reason than that, you think that they would be a value added to the board despite the fact that they might want to bring along some bad habits as far as middlemen and old things that Taylor Swift and her father and them tried to break free of.
They can add somebody new to their board at any time. They don't need a vote for that anyway. Like we're approving these 2 new ones, but they're already on the board.
Yeah.
We never voted to originally put them on there, so what's the difference?
AZ Jackie says, I honestly don't think it matters if I vote. I believe they're going to rig the vote however they want. Anyway, my personal thoughts.
Well, I mean, that's if you believe that Adam Aaron will rig the vote, that means you don't trust him. That means, well, if what that tells me is basically if you're holding AMC shares, why? If you don't trust the CEO of the company, why would you hold the shares?
Well, why would you? I mean,
that kind of makes me think: do you own shares?
I struggle with the idea of like if you're gonna live your life thinking that everything's always rigged, that there's no way that you're.
You're
then
gonna have a tough road to go. Yeah.
Why even try anything at all? Like, why would you like? That's I don't know. I think it's kind of like one of those things where it's like it doesn't really help you to live your life thinking that everything's a bet against you. You might be right. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that that attitude isn't going to change anything for sure. So even if there was a chance at it not being rigged, you're certainly not going to help that.
They say, how fiercely loyal I am to your stream and everyone here. And I know we don't promote other places to go watch, but I can't help it if I don't share that. I saw something on Twitter this weekend that people should probably look up. It was a bank failure bingo card.
Yeah, I saw that too, yeah.
Very cool. I mean, I know I'm breaking the rules here, but if you folks get a chance, hunt down the bank failure bingo card. Very funny.
Yeah.
I've always been going shooting for the 4 corners win on that one. That's been around for quite a while. And I'm
has it?
4 corners.
Okay.
4 corners is a win.
Well, if you haven't seen it, it's big funny. Big funny. That one, and someone else over the weekend coined a phrase. Maybe it's old, but it was new to me. We're all familiar with the MOAS, mother of all short squeezes, but he said they had another one that they coined called ass out. I think it was after short squeeze, I'm out of the market. Ass out. So I like that one as well. So despite the prohibition against talking about other stocks and other channels here, I just thought those 2 things come off of Twitter were noteworthy. Ass out. MOAS and ass out.
Yeah, see, and 32C Viper says, I would rather force them to rig it than to make it easy for them to win. That's the kind of attitude I like. I love that kind of attitude because it's like, I don't care if this is rigged. I'm gonna tell a quick story. When I was growing up, we had this thing called Team Ball. Have you ever heard Team Ball before? Maybe you guys had it. Maybe you didn't growing up. Did you ever play Team Ball?
Prom? Is it like a prom?
Hey, you ever play dodgeball growing up?
Oh, sport. It's like a ball sport.
Yeah.
Not a ball like a dance.
No. Yeah, it's Team Ball.
He's always playing with his balls.
That's right. You play with balls, man. It's a sporty thing to do. So, in middle school, when I was in middle school, they used to have 9 periods, and the coaches would create what they called or what they considered to be the all-star teams, and they would go through each period of PE and sports, and they would pick out who they thought. They would pick out 2 team captains, and those 2 team captains would pick out who they thought were the best players on that during that period, and then at the end of the thing, everybody would play. So it's basically dodgeball. The only difference between dodgeball and team ball is that if once you get out, you go to the opposite side of the court on the out area, and you can receive the balls on the other side and try and tag people from from inside. So you got balls coming from me from both directions. Yeah, I know. Yeah, where's Yucca? Where's Yucca at right now? Because I'm sure he is just eating this up. So yeah, so it's
That's
just
what
like
Gina Rich said. Y'all can't help yourselves, can you?
no, we
You know
can't.
we can.
Yeah, it's just it's the name of the game.
Onward and upward, man. I'll press on with pride.
So I was pissed. I was really pissed because I was really good at team ball and I didn't get picked. And I thought the only reason that I wasn't picked was because I wasn't one of the popular kids. Even though I was a really good player, I wasn't picked. And I thought, and I told the coach that, and the coach was like, "Well, what do you think? You think you can do better?" And I said, "Yeah, I can. Let me pick who I want for my team of the people who didn't get picked for the All-Star team." And so basically, I would get the leftovers, and we'll go up against them head to head and see who wins. Because I was confident that it was a popularity contest and not a skill contest. So I picked the best that I could. I forget how many kids there were. It was like 10 or 12 kids or something like that. I picked the best that I could out of the rest of the remaining people. And they gave us a match of best of 3, and we took one game, they took one game, and it came down to the third game, and they ended up beating us. I was one of the last few people out in the third game, and it was neck and neck. It was very, very, very close, and the leftovers should never have taken a game off the All-Star team. Like, it just shouldn't have happened. And I think even though I didn't prove the point by winning, the point was proven that it was a popularity contest. And so if you put
points on the board, you put the points on the board, and exactly.
And I think that's the most important thing to remember about this is it's about the fight. And even if the fight is rigged, it's about putting those, like Pirate just said, it's about putting those points on the board and showing what you got. Because if you don't show what you got nothing. Absolutely nothing. Why try?
So did you win the first game against them or the second game?
We won that's a good question. I don't remember. I think we won the second of the two. Or the first two. It was so close, dude. It was they only had 2 players left on their team in the third game. So it was really close. Everybody thought we were going to win, and they were panicked. I'm telling you, those all-star kids thought they were going to lose, and they were. I've never seen fear in other kids' eyes before like that in my life, and I was hungry. I wanted it so bad.
Kind of hairy.
My dad had it was a dad joke, but it was a really funny bit about teams and winning and blind cripple kids. But my son told me that I can't tell those kind of jokes anymore, so I'm not going to, but just take my word for it. It was funny as hell. I'm not allowed to tell the joke. I'm just saying, but you just got to take my word for it. It was really funny.
Okay. Dino Mike says that's right. Yeah, that's right, Dino Mike. So show your balls. Yes, that's right. Show your balls. I'll never forget that coach's name. It was Coach Ferrick. I actually remember the other coach's name too. Is Coach. You guys aren't going to believe this. You're not going to believe the name when I say it. Coach Bates.
Oh, the master. we had a football coach. We had a football coach named Mr. Bates. And you can get yourself an automatic 10 laps if you called him the master. You just knew it was coming.
Kids tried. They tried, man. They really did. They tried to call him master.
I ran a few laps. I got laps, but I paid for them with the laps. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's worth it every time. So worth it.
Not Norman Bates. No, I don't know what his first name was. I actually invited my that Coach Ferrick. He was kind of a pivotal person in my life who. He was an interesting guy. Very, very interesting guy. He could see that I had drive, that I wanted to do things differently than I was the kind of person who wanted to kick the normal standards or trends, and he was supportive of that. And I ended up, my first marriage, I got married at 19 years old. I invited him to my middle school coach to my wedding, and he came.
So he was
came to
quite
it.
he was quite influential or in your life, or kind
No.
of molded you in some way.
Nobody would have, like, I mean, nobody had the gumption to stand up to the all-star kids. They just didn't, because they were always the popular kids. He would always pick like the two most popular kids to head it up, right? And they would always pick the nobody came into his office and said, this is rigged. I didn't say rigged. But nobody went in there and ever said a challenge that, there's no way that those guys are that good. And I was willing to try and beat it. I don't think the other kids that were playing on my team knew how much it meant to me that they were trying to give it their best to win. But we did a damn good job getting there. Oh, and by the way, the one game that we did win against them, we just annihilated them, and that got them. They thought they could go easy, or they were going to go easy on us, and we just annihilated them. So they got scared.
Yeah, that's why I was asking whether it was the first game. I thought maybe you might have creamed them in the first game, and they went, "Oh, these guys are real."
Yeah, they were scared. I remember seeing it in their eyes, though. They were screaming. I've never heard them scream. The little middle school kid boys screaming is a unique sound. It's a very unique sound. Sounds very, very similar to a girl crying.
Outside of your immediate family, I would think that coaches probably have more influence on shaping a young person's mind than arguably probably anyone else in their social circles. I mean, I guess at one point in time it might have been coworkers, but young kids don't work like they used to any longer. Far more involved in sports than ever come close to working. So I think the days of a coworker or a boss shaping young minds is probably something of the past. I think. Short of religious activities, I would imagine athletic coach is probably the single most influential person that they'll have in their lives.
Walter boys.
Sounds like you're a real athletic reporter.
I see what you did there.
Another word for that may be jockstrap.
Yeah.
We're right back to jockstraps again.
Yes, please.
Petro said, "Isn't that the plot from Dodgeball Ocho?" I don't know. I don't recall. Maybe that was written. Maybe that entire plot was written from that. Dirty B33.
Comedy genius.
Dirty B33 says that Jim story sounds like it would have been a great pop punk music video idea.
Yeah, I can see that. That idea has merit. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. Nirvana, Smells Like Teen Spirit comes to mind, but yeah, along that same genre.
Yeah. That's
Here we are now. Entertain us.
Yeah, I wasn't really I didn't like that. I was very athletic growing up, but didn't like the idea that there were always favorites when it came to sports. It always kind of pissed me off a little bit that there was always those kids that got treated better.
My pet peeve was the small baseball. don't know what they call it. They got a proper term for it. I'm not talking about t-ball, but just your little baseball teams they have for little kids. And it was always, you know, the coach, his kid would always pitch, you know, and then they had the same 7, 6, 7, 8 guys that would play all the time. Everybody else got to ride the bench. So much of the emphasis was on, you know, winning that game, winning, you know. But, they would, and if they did rotate guys in and out, they'd stick them out, fall asleep out in the outfield or something. I guess that's the way. There's rules to those things, I guess.
I want to say once every month, I think Coach Farrick would have us run the mile around the track to take mile times, and I remember I always wanted to be like one of the first people to finish.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Real Rugged. I appreciate it.
Oh, yeah.
Early bird gets the worm, man.
And then some.
I could never really run the mile much faster. I think most of my mile times back when I was that young were just over 6 minutes. But I did enjoy trying to be the best. I was always trying to beat the other kids. There's only about 1 or 2 that were faster than me, so I think a 6-minute mile when you're in middle school is not too bad, not too shabby.
No, that's picking them up and putting them down.
It's not going to win you any awards in high school, but it's pretty decent. Well, we're getting really close to the end of the day here. I'm going to end the poll. I'm hoping that by tomorrow we'll get half of those no votes into yes votes. Excuse me.
I have seen the light. I have seen the light.
I will post that poll up again tomorrow.
Well, you got one because I voted no, but then I voted. So.
That's good. I know.
And I seriously was feeling quite like a pirate, like it just doesn't matter because it doesn't really matter to me how the vote goes. I don't think it's going to have that much effect on the situation that we're in, but I mean, I'm voting it. I voted anyway.
Good for you. Cheers to the people who voted. I don't have my other mug here. I can't.
Cheers.
I can't clink this. Hold on. That doesn't sound quite the same. I need to get my mug back out. We had, Gina says, being a girl in gym class, I could get away with accidentally hitting those kind of guys in the balls. You know, we had segregated. I don't know why they did that in middle school, but we had segregated with girls and boys PE for whatever reason. I don't know why that was. But as usual, all good things must eventually come to an end, guys.
As usual.
Yeah, you know what, Yucky, you're too late. No, you're too late. You missed the ball. You missed the ball talk. You got here too late to talk about balls. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Yucca, but good day to you, sir. It was good seeing you. Welcome.
You know.
Goodbye.
I wanted to say
no balls for you. Come back.
No, no
Just
balls.
keep an eye out for your savings account.
Okay.
Some lady, she reported that her savings account has disappeared. She's a Wells Fargo customer.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Okay.
Anyways, thank you, Casey, for everything. Danny, you're still Chinese.
I'm cutting it off right there. I didn't even let Danny come back on that one. That was okay. It is that time of the day, and unfortunately, all good things must eventually come to an end. So, Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is another trading day. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too, for crying out loud. Go see an AMC movie and vote your dang shares tonight, because if you don't, what is it worth having them in the first place? Make a difference. Go vote. No, really. Go. Go vote. Go vote. Don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep beep.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to Orbital internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy an old hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near. But it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and own. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. And there will be friends who hold till the end. And there will be doubt, fear and cloud. But it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Vote for me.